required to propel this green, projects forward. That again seems to be another, big challenge. In sectors like solar, wind, biogas, and energy efficient technologies, particularly in these sectors, I think 60% of the emissions come from here. So transition and transformation has to take place here. So to bridge this critical gap, it's imperative that we cultivate a robust green financing ecosystem, which has to be underpinned by blended finance structures, credit enhancement tools, innovative financial instruments, and including green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and structured guarantees. IFCL is already doing one blended structure with ADB. We have ADB giving us about 400 million and 100 million coming from the GCF. I think this will be the first blended structure for Indian infrastructure, which will go a long way. I think because the blended structures are very, very difficult to, structure out. We have multiple organizations, one organization being a more commercially active organization, and another one being more philanthropic and more, environmental sensitive organization, I would say. I think, we need to see how best the blending structures can benefit our quest for bridging this gap. And I think a lot of potential exists in the world. It only is important that we go out there and get these institutions, because I was told that the GCF has been trying to finance Indian institutions, but they have not yet set foot in India so far. So it's a very huge, opportunity that lies, that we need to go and tap these institutions. At the same time, we see that these projects are very, very capital less. They're not capital intensive, but actually they are devoid of capitals because of the SPV nature in which the infrastructure projects are set up. And because of the low capitalization, rating is a problem. And if rating is a problem, the domestic bond market doesn't recognize the investors don't really come in to invest in the bonds, which we always keep talking of, that the infrastructure projects should issue bonds and they should move into the bond market as soon as their projects are complete in order to have a more longer term financing. So I think credit enhancement tools are very, very important in this context to ensure that lowly capitalized SPVs can be made adequately rated in order to satisfy the adequacy requirements of investors in our market. I think that is very important. And at the same time, I think talking about issuances, green bonds. Today, there's nothing like green, blue, white, or any other color. It's all color agnostic. But when we look at the global markets, there definitely seems to be a green premium. A greenium is always extant for investments and issuers. Both are having adequate, encouragement, I would say, from regulators as well as the rating agencies to kind of come out with such bonds. I think that kind of ecosystem is necessary in our country. And that calls for a taxonomy. And taxonomy means what? It's nothing but recognition, identification, ranking, and you also have verification and audit at the same time. I think we need systems for all this so that we have adequately recognized economic activities and adequately recognized green assets. So I think if we have to put in place investments and ensure that the confidence of the private investors are also boosted in this. Leveraging the international climate finance mechanisms like the Green Climate Fund, which I was talking about, and Global Environment Facility to amplify the financial flows into the sustainable ventures, that's also very, very important. We have to enhance the collaboration with multilateral agencies who have a number of lines and who have great experience in this area. I think the journey of the journey to net zero is not the responsibility of one or two institutions alone. It necessitates a synergistic approach where industries, financial institutions, investors, and the policymakers all have to work in cohort and spearhead the green transition. I think strategic collaborations in research and development, technology sharing platforms, and the capacity building initiatives, they all will be very, very keen in keen drivers for this purpose. Strengthening carbon markets, implementing sector-specific decarbonization strategies, fostering progressive green industrial policies. These all will further solidify India's position as a global leader in sustainable growth. As we engage in this meaningful dialogue and insightful deliberations in this seminar, let us seize the moment to drive forward actionable strategies that scale up green financing and achievements. India's leadership in this sustainability is increasingly recognized on the global stage, and by fortifying our financial ecosystem, we stand poised to unlock trillions in green investments, propelling the country to the forefront. The world is witnessing India on the rise, bold and ambitious, and unwavering the commitments to sustainability. And let's march forward with this collective vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing IFCL's contributions towards green financial domains and the industry. Our next guest address, I would like to call Shri Sudhendu J. Sinha ji, and he is Advisor, Infrastructure Connectivity and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog. Welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais and equally distinguished audience that is right before me. Yes, very correctly said that finance is going to be one of the major kind of enablers to this green transition that we are taking place. Now, my stream is electric mobility, so allow me to be confined to the electric mobility because probably that is an area which I know. You know, sometimes we do have doubts, given the multiple kind of technology that is available, whether electric mobility is there or it is not there kind of things. But by the time we are doubting, there is someone who is announcing new model, some OEM is announcing new model. There is a queue up for homologation at our national testing centers. New vehicles are being rolled in, new dealership network is coming, new export tie-ups are going on, and that is how electric mobility is moving forward. So let me put it this way, that this is going to stay in a very, very robust fast-track mode. And very soon you would see that, in multiple streams, new business models are also coming in. So a battery as a service model, you see, it has taken off, and it has again brought about a lot of changes, a lot of transition. My expectation from an expert group like this, that is putting together for the entire day, is that can we identify 2 or 3 major unlocks that can sort out the problem, the challenges of financing in the stream of, let's say, electric mobility. So a year before last, I persuaded SIDBI and based on that, they created a mission, what they called Mission for EV, Mission for Eco EV 50,000. So I persuaded them that 2 and 3 wheelers, because that is an area where it is most difficult to get finances, where the challenges are more there, where sometimes, when they go over to NBFCs, it becomes very, very usurious kind of rate of interests are there. So can they kind of support this 50,000 kind of vehicles? So of course they had their own challenges. I'm giving you this to you as an example. So they asked for creating some sort of loss risk sharing instrument, first loss risk sharing instrument kind of thing, and that was created with the help of multiple philanthropic organizations. Shell was roped in, Rockefeller was there, and they also identified that in that how the multiple layers could be there. So far 35,000 vehicle has been supported, and that risk sharing instrument has not got a single hit. So I'm just trying to tell you that probably to the finance institutions, it also requires little bit of leap of faith, what I may call, to get into this stream. And yes, so rightly said by Raja Jaishankar, that lot of blended finance is there, lot of linking with sustainability is there. Those things will have to be there. Only then we should be able to pull it off. Gradually, in the commercial stream, you will be watching that more and more vehicles will be getting into the stream. So we have got in the PM e-drive, we are supporting, PM electric trucks are being supported. Cargo vehicles are now getting more and more. Buses are, especially in the public transport, and those supported and those without the support, they are also getting forward. So these could be the areas. Charging infrastructure is another big area, because if we have to take it forward, we have to think of charging infrastructure and their placements in a big number. So like, how can we go in for a kind of, let's say, 1 million charging station in the country? So that is the big number that we are looking at. We are watching a new trend that new leasing partners, new operators, they are getting into the stream. So earlier it was the OEM, it was the user, now the leasing players are there. So they are offloading the kind of pressure that was there on the OEM to finance the vehicles, and that is how it is moving forward. So we have got transports, we have got billion E's, they are getting into the stream, and they are and number of logistic, those who are into the logistic stream, they are getting into this play. So for example, you see, I can say that if Ultratech uses, let's say, 60,000 vehicles a day, what percentage of it can be transformed to electric as fast as possible, and if so, who is going to the provider? Because the interest of the user is very clear. They want the cost of logistics to come down. So if there is a partner who says that, okay, whatever your freight outflow was there, I am ready to reduce it by, let's say, 5% or 7%, then it is sorted. From one end it is sorted. But at the end of it, I am watching that all these players are looking towards financing. And we know that, what our challenges are there, how the tenure, and how about the loan to value ratio, and what are all those things, how the NBFCs, the higher cost of finance for the NBFCs, all these issues are there. So maybe by the end of the day, I'm not sure about how the November conclave was there. If you could suggest 3 or 4 major unlocks that should be there, probably we will be sorted, and from NITI side we would be very willing to take it forward and ensure that we can take it forward. From the GST perspective, a lot of rationalization initiative has been there. If I recollect rightly, there are as many as 7 specific, reductions, occasions of reductions that we have been able to push through. How to bring it into the harmonized list of infrastructure, that is another kind of, agenda. This dense charging infrastructure has already been brought in. How to bring the entire spectrum that is there. We did approach to RBI, and of course, probably, there are certain issues that needs to be sorted out. How to take it into the priority sector lending, that is another area. So these are the spectrum that we are working. But yes, we will definitely look forward to AFI and their, their deliberations and the conclusions which they come out with, and of course, what innovative business models, what innovative financing models could they suggest? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. for sharing your esteemed suggestions and perspectives on different topics, varying from the necessity of more charging stations to the green innovative ways of funding into the projects. Now our next speaker is, I would like to call Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Jha, Director, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Sir is the esteemed Director of Projects at Power Finance Corporation Limited, role he has proudly held since 2021, with a rich background spanning over 8 years at Visakhapatnam Steel Plant, focusing on operations and maintenance. Thank you for coming, sir.
Namaskar and good morning to everyone. It is really a privilege to be here and discussing a very relevant topic, which is going to be important not only today, but also for the coming decades for our country, for our economy as well. So this energy transition is a transformation which is not only towards maintaining the environment sustainability or enhancing the environment sustainability, but also for economic resilience and national security. Because energy security, in my view, is the most important part anytime when we talk about energy transition. Energy security can't be compromised. But at the same time, the focus on energy transition has to be adhered to. So, by the meaning of energy transition, we always feel that we have to shift it from fossil fuel-based energy generation to non-fossil fuel-based, something like solar, wind, and other biomass kind of generation. But important thing is where we need to focus more is on decarbonization. And decarbonization can happen not only with the installation of renewable energy, but also with the energy efficiency methodology, which we can put in our industry. Because we all know that industry is the major source of pollution, where a lot of carbon emission happens. If you are able to put forth a mechanism through which we actually do energy efficiency, we bring in energy efficient technology, where the power consumption and the heat consumption can be optimized, that would serve a long way towards decarbonization. Ours is the fastest growing economies in the world, and we have to play a crucial role, and we have been mandated like that by our leadership. And accordingly, we have set a very ambitious target for ourselves. In by December 2024, the total installation in renewable energy is something like 210 gigawatt, which I think there is a progressive increase in the installation of renewable energy. But I think a misnomer which has actually happened, that when we talk about green energy, then we only talk about the generation part. We do not talk much about the equipment which is required for generating this solar, wind, or battery and other thing. So there is a huge requirement for supporting the equipment manufacturing, which is the motive for Make in India. Because now, as we see that in recent time, the way world has divided onto this particular aspect, the manufacturing sector also has to be supported. So for getting this energy transition, in my view, I feel that the investment is not only required in setting up the power generation or transmission or distribution, but also the equipment manufacturing. So I think a lot of people have already, my previous speakers have already touched upon many a thing about that what is our immediate goals, short-term goals, long-term goals by 2070, net zero, and other thing. But, and I think the focus which has emerged mostly on the finances which are required. So, yes, we all are very much sensitive towards that. And PFC as an institution, we feel that lenders have to play a major role. So PFC as an institution, we have been very sensitive towards that. And we must tell you that very recently we have supported 500 crore for a charging infra. So we are aware of that. What are the requirement in the funding space, lending space, to support the energy initiative, green energy initiative, which will actually support us towards that energy transition. And also, we are very much sensitive towards the energy efficiency part. And specifically for that, we have set up a separate cell for energy efficiency. Wherever energy efficiency projects, proposals which are required, we have supported. Even we talk about that EVs. So we take pride that we have supported EVs buses in UP, in Maharashtra. We have also supported Blue Smart, which is plying on the roads of National Capital Region. So as an institution has to play a role, and finance is such a field that I always consider that it is a very innovative thing. We always need to improvise, considering the requirement by the industry, by the developers or entrepreneurs, that what do they require, and how, and it evolves with the passage of time. The kind of repayment tenor, the kind of like structuring, another thing, and important thing for a lender is like the cost of fund. And I think our previous speakers have already touched upon that blended finance and also public-private partnership. So all these things are important. It will evolve. It will happen, because when there is a need, definitely people get aligned to that. So yes, we need to do a lot of work, and as an institution, we are really sensitive towards that requirement. And one thing I'd also like to tell you that most of the thermal power plants, it's not that thermal power plants, it will be going off the radar immediately, because if they go out from our concept immediately by 2013, then there will be a huge deficit of energy. So important thing, whatever thermal power plant is there, how we can improve on the carbon emission, on the flue gas, NOx and SOx reduction. So on that front also, as an institution, we are working. We have sanctioned many FGD, flue gas desulfurization units, which will help them in reduction of all these things. So as an institution, considering that a developer requires a lot of other support, so we have generally put our interest rate lower than the conventional energy projects. We also give rebates on commissioning for timely execution of the projects. We have also enhanced the sole lending limit, and we have gone as high as, in some cases, 20,000 crore. So our ticket size has gone as high as 20,000 crore for a combined solar, wind and battery project. And 80% of the project life generally we consider for repayment. We also provide, considering the intermittent nature of the sector, provide moratorium based on that. And we know that renewable energy projects are short gestation projects, and they need immediate funding, because if you do not fund them in time, then the purpose for which they have been set up, it will lose some kind of significance. So we try to do the initial due diligence through our web-based system. So these are the things, a lot of things depend on that, and considering all this, that financial support is definitely a backbone. So we continue to innovate, continue to be sensitive towards the requirement that what the industry throws to us. So, and as also said earlier, that all involvement of all stakeholders, whether it is government bodies, industry leaders, everybody has to collaborate to come to a conclusion and take that objective forward in fulfillment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the need for equipment manufacturing and the contribution of PSC in charging infra, green energy initiatives and energy efficiency. We all have got a lot from your speech, sir. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Virendra Pankaj, CEO, Azim Infrastructure Finance Limited.
Thank you. The dignitaries on the dais, dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. I don't think there is any need to emphasize or talk more about the need for green financing or climate positive action. I think दिल्ली वालों से ज़्यादा शायद कोई नहीं जानता होगा. हर साल आप जो पॉल्यूशन झेलते हैं और 2024 इंसिडेंटली वाज पिछले 75 इयर्स का हॉटेस्ट ईयर था वर्ल्ड के लिए. और जिस तरीके से 2025 शुरू हो रहा है, मतलब अभी मार्च शुरू ही हुआ है, तो 2025 इज गोइंग टू बी अगेन द हॉटेस्ट ईयर रिकॉर्डेड. सो द नीड इज yesterday and we are already very behind. On the positive side, I definitely, you know, as a infrastructure financing professional, I feel good about what has happened in India. I remember 2012 was the first time I did a non-recourse solar project financing in the country, and in 2025 January we have done about 125 gigawatt approximately. So from 0 to 125 we have come, and this has required maybe on a thumb rule basis about 4-5 lakh crore minimum worth of financing. And at that time we had these questions that from where will the financing come, but it has come, and this is where we are. But if we see where we have to go, and if we talk about net zero 2070, then India is talking about 7,700 gigawatts. So where, I mean, it's unimaginable. We have done about a very small part of where we need to go, and this is, you know, this is not just for power consumption, this is for all the industries which will use green energy and then, you know, work on abatement so that we meet our net zero target. So, and the investment, I think it was mentioned in the first address that we need about $10 trillion for green energy alone. And our very ambitious plans till now has been NIP, which is $1.5 trillion, you know, which is for all the infrastructure sectors, and this is only about green energy. So it's a very, you know, steep road ahead, and I would probably like to focus on one aspect and just share that what is the biggest challenge and what is it that probably we can do about it. See, the challenge in Indian infrastructure financing is that today infrastructure financing, and I am talking about debt financing, 55% of entire infrastructure financing is done by non-banks in India. All the banks put together do 45%. All the venerable big names, they put together contribute 45, and 55 comes from non-banks. And out of, and these non-banks, there are only 7 in number. Today, there are 10,000 NBFCs in India, only 7 of them are what is called as NBFC IFC, Infrastructure Finance Company. So Asim is one of them, and out of those 7, we have representation from 4 here. So I think that is the problem, which is very evident at this point itself. And out of these 7, Asim today is the only NBFC IFC which is not managed by Government of India. I mean, even though we have capital support from Government of India, but we run like a private sector company. So everything else is, so government has been doing the heavy lifting almost entirely in this sector, and it is not, I mean, the answer is very obvious that government funding alone, however supportive government has been, is not going to be able to, you know, take us where we want to. So if I were to focus on one single factor which we need to solve for, is the private and global capital coming into Indian infrastructure debt financing. It has already happened on the offtake side, right? Nishant is there, India's largest, you know, electric buses producer. So private sector is there on the client side also. There is a significant private sector which is there, but on the lending side, you don't see private sector today. So I think the challenge we need to solve for, and very quickly, and Mr. Sinha, I think we will need a lot of help from Niti Aayog, is that we need to figure out that what's the role of public sector and where does private sector come in. Because if both are doing the same thing, in a way competing with each other and not doing different things. So the capital which comes from government, which comes from country, is very, very precious, and we need to focus on how do we leverage this to be able to bring more investment. So if I were to oversimplify a problem, let's assume the entire capital which government has allocated is used for credit enhancement rather than lending, then you could probably generate maybe 20 times of that amount of capital from the same pool, because then we are doing the downstream activities happening from the private capital. India has done a great job in reducing the risks in the sector. I don't think people today talk about what they used to talk 15 years back, that infrastructure financing is very risky. Out of this 5 lakh crore which I said, there is zero loss to the lenders in solar energy in India. Even housing finance does not have these kind of statistics. So we have done a lot to reduce risk, which is step one. Now we need to be very clear that what is the role of each one and what is it that we need to do, because if we don't do it, then we are not getting there. It's as simple as that. And capital all over the world is available in inverse proportion to the risk perception. So countries which have a low risk perception will attract hundreds of times more capital than the countries which have a higher risk perception. And risk perception comes from two parts. One is currency risk, which is still there, right, for any foreign investor coming into India. So we need to take that head on as to what are we going to do about this, and we need to also probably represent and socialize the risk reduction which has taken place in India in last decade or more than a decade. Is phenomenal, but the world does not know so much about it. Even Indian markets don't know so much about it. Till very recently, provident funds and insurance companies of our own country were not really comfortable financing infrastructure. So our own domestic capital also does not know to the extent the progress has been made in this, and that capital EPFO is one of the top 10 or 12 pension funds in the world. But how much of EPFO money is deployed in infrastructure? I think it's very, very little, very, very negligible. And we add to that how much of LIC money is there, how much of insurance sector money is there. So domestic capital also we have not fully tapped for this sector. Government has done, frankly, more than what they could have done. But I don't think, and this intervention has to happen at policy level. It will involve all the facets, including the incentives, including how do we do, and we don't, as a country, we don't need another example of how incentive works. When the first solar project I financed, the tariff was somewhere 17 rupees. Now that is incentive, right? If somebody can question why so much incentive needs to be given to somebody to put up, but that was the first time India was doing solar energy, and today we get tariff of 2 rupees and odd paisa thanks to those incentives which were given. So incentives have a very important role to play at the right time, and then of course then they don't have to be there, because then the industry picks up, and which is what has happened. Our solar tariffs are the least in the world. So we have already demonstrated. So the model is there. We need to just keep replicating that model very quickly and benefit from that. But without significant domestic private capital, public money coming into it, as well as if I were to just give one example, the financial newspapers are full every day about what is happening in the stock market and how capital gains tax should be reduced or ABCD to be done to boost. So what is happening? The retail investor, a small investor money is going to the stock market. which is the highest risk category. Shares are the highest risk instrument. How much of that money is coming to, let's say, infrastructure, which is relatively the least risk instrument, and which is where the small investor money should go. So look at the way we tax. We tax capital gains at 12.5%, but we tax income from bonds at the marginal rate of taxation, which could be as high as 30%. So where is our country's, where do our country's priorities lie, and where do we need to attract capital? So we have not yet attracted entire domestic capability and then foreign capital, and we need all of it to be able to do $10 trillion, just for one goal which we need by 2070. So I think that there are strategic issues which need to be solved for. Without that, we have done great. We will still do very well, but I don't think we will be able to do what is required. And we are talking about saving ourselves and saving Earth and saving our future generations. We are not talking about any great goals other than survival of the mankind. So I think it's a pretty interesting road ahead, and I'm sure that we have solved many of the complex problems in the past, and we will do this again going forward. So thank you and good day.
Thank you so much, Virendra sir, for highlighting the challenges of infrastructure financing and how Azim Infrastructure Finance Limited as an NBFC can help out those who are looking for fundings in the green energy domain. Now I would like to request Mr. Nishant Arya for his address. Mr. Arya is Vice Chairman and MD JBM Group. Under his leadership, JBM Group has been recognized as a pioneer in sustainable solutions with a significant global footprint. Please bring your hands together, everyone. Let the energy flow.
A very good morning to all of you. I think a lot has already been said. We have such a distinguished panel of multiple dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This particular topic of green finance is something which we have been seeing, and I have personally been exposed to for almost last 15 years. And the meaning of green finance has evolved a lot over the period of time. So coming to this segment, one clearly sees, and I'll talk more on the electric vehicle, electric mobility side, like Mr. Sinha and few of the other colleagues on the dais, is that clearly this segment has a potential today of attracting an investment of more than $100 billion in the next 7 to 8 years, considering India would transition to more than 30% to electric vehicles of the total population of vehicles there today. When we look at this at 30%, what kind of power consumption we'll have, because electric mobility and energy is intertwined together. So about 7 to 10% extra power would be required when we are looking at 30% of adoption of electric vehicles. So clearly, whilst we do this, we clearly understand that the potential which comes up is that we are not only looking at electric mobility from a standpoint of intangible benefit of health and environment, but today if we see, if I take example of certain commercial applications like buses, three-wheelers or taxis, other areas where the asset utilization is high, because the electric mobility segment operates on total cost of ownership, which is very critical for the segment to really grow and really establish itself as a mainstay going forward. Whilst doing this, the different products which are coming to the market definitely require very significant level of R&D and capex and investments, and companies are setting up like ourselves large facilities in India and overseas across the world, because the products are not only local but global. And that is where we all seek today, and that is something which all of us are gunning for, that how electric mobility gets a tag of infrastructure going forward to attract more and more capital. But nonetheless, even when that is not being done, what is being seen today, when we look at a lot of global international and financial institutions, MFIs like ADB, AIB, IFC, BII, amongst many others, the way they look at funding such kind of projects has evolved quite substantially post-COVID. The way they look at carbon credits, monetizing the kind of impact which we are making on the environment has become very important. Definitely, India as a country and multiple institutions which are funding are here with us, I think, from the leadership perspective. But I feel that what got us here will not take us there in the future. And unless and until we see that sustainability is profitable, profitability will not become sustainable. So for that to happen, we should see that multiple intangible benefits which are getting tangibly used in different areas, like carbon credits, like in many other countries, we see that today open access has been opened up as a source of renewable energy for the power to be consumed for electric mobility, which is actually integrating, like in our case, we have as a country about 500 gigawatt target of renewable energy by the end of this decade. So where would it get consumed? And infrastructure is one of the highest consumers of power today, or producer of power, depending on what aspect you're looking at. So coming from a mobility standpoint, I think these kind of initiatives would be a big game changer going forward if we look at this. And parallelly see that how are we looking at carbon tax when we are looking at such kind of initiatives going forward to become the primary focus for our country. With the current focus in the last 10 years, I think renewable energy, as we understood, has really taken a huge leap forward. But definitely even today, on the manufacturing side, on the ecosystem perspective, India is behind China, and we have a long way to go forward. But definitely we are amongst the top 3 players in the world. So today, electric vehicle gives us that opportunity that as an ecosystem play, how when people have a level playing field, we could really establish ourselves and we could take that leap of faith to invest and develop this particular market. And India has got no legacy challenges in this as well. And multiple local companies are developing very good frugal technologies with this, where clearly in terms of green impact funding, where you are clearly understanding what kind of impact you are seeing. So just to give you a perspective, with one electric bus, you could save about 420,000, so 4.2 lakh liters of diesel and about 1200 tons of CO2 in its lifetime. So, and when we are seeing that as a country today, we have about 1.6, 1.7 million such vehicles in bus category. If 30-40% become electric, and ideally I personally feel that now since the TCO has been achieved even without subsidy, and the government played a very critical role in the last 10 years for this transition to happen, and for companies to really see that the perspective of green finance becomes very critical from the private sector point of view also. That is, I think was a good point brought forward, that many companies are today seeing that ESG and SDG goals are becoming very relevant for them. When ESG and SDG goals become very relevant, so they do want to see that how do they decarbonize their different value pools and complete supply chains. Whilst this is being done, this is a huge opportunity which comes up for such infra companies and financial institutions to really work together to become a solution provider for such kind of requirements, where they want to decarbonize their transportation, they want to decarbonize their complete employee strength to use such vehicles which are green in nature, and that brings in a very clear commitment from their side, which also makes it very bankable for different financial institutions. So that is extremely essential to understand that how the green impact, the green ratings and carbon credits, carbon taxation and such kind of incentivized lending for green initiatives is being done, which would, I think, see that how India can become the green and EV capital of the world, transitioning into a powerhouse where we have a substantial domestic dividend in terms of our domestic requirements, and parallelly seeing that we are exporting all over the world. So like today, we as a company under the aegis of different institutions in the government have been seeing that we have seen the transition. Today, the electric bus market in India is more than 1 lakh crore approximately, with different projects going forward, and we have been able to see that about 40,000 crore plus contribution is coming from JBM clearly. So I think because the commitment in this sector and the requirements are way higher than where we are today. We are just scratching the surface. So therefore, the kind of role which green finance and green investments. So finance, I think, is something which has been understood, but I think certain points which we were even discussing before this session today, the investments into this sector coming in from such infrastructure institutions is very, very important, which I believe has been realized with by multiple global DFIs, MFIs and private equity funds, which I feel that for MSMEs and larger corporates, local financial institutions should really take a lead forward because they understand the market a lot better and they can really make the most of what we have today. So idea is to understand how India becomes the center of the EV and the green revolution going forward, and that is something which would be only driven by green finance and green technologies going together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting how India can become the green capital of the world and how JBM is playing its role in green finance and infrastructure institutions. Now, well, I guess the energy in the room needs to be charged up a bit. So can we bring our hands together for us first, please? So that the room echoes with all the attendees of the event. Now, before we proceed further, we are beyond delighted to unveil a collaborative knowledge report crafted by CareEdge and the Association of Financial Advisors of India at this distinguished event. This comprehensive document offers an in-depth analysis of prevailing industry trends, insights, and future predictions, providing stakeholders with essential tools to understand market complexities and capitalize on emerging opportunities. May I request everyone, yes, to kindly unwrap it. Let's all bring our hands together for the report. And as you can see, for all of us, the QR codes are displayed on the screens. Well, this must be the picture of the day. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Sabyasachi Majumdar, Senior Director, CareEdge Group, to join, to kindly come and tell us about the report.
Very good morning to all of you, all my distinguished co-panelists, as well as everyone in the audience. It's a great privilege to be addressing all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank Team AFI for giving CARE this opportunity to share our perspective on the various green sectors. So basically, we have this report which has our views and outlook, I mean the joint views and outlook on the renewable energy segment, on the green and hydrogen segment, as well as electric mobility. So I'll have just a very small presentation, and I'm not a presentation really very small. I think my panelists have already addressed most of the issues. Just a small nugget I wanted to share with you. So I have been associated as a rating analyst with the power sector for almost 25 years now. My very first assignment, which I carried out in 2000, was for NTPC, our largest thermal generator. Today I have a portfolio of about 300 power sector entities, out of which 90%, almost 90% are renewable energy and less than 10% are thermal. So as far as I am concerned, whether the country has reached clean energy transition or not, in my professional career I have already reached that green transition. So the challenges are there. I mean like just over the next 5 to 6 years, where we are getting to 500 gigawatt, we have calculated that our total, let's say, setting up about 400 gigawatt of additional green power, along with matching storage requirements. That itself is going to have a total capital cost of somewhere around 19 lakh crores, out of which 14 lakh crore at least will have to come from the debt route. But having said that, we should also have confidence. We are already at about $4 trillion economy and we have a savings rate of almost 30%. So that's about $1.2 trillion and our nominal GDP growth is about 10%. So, and we have seen, I mean, some people already rightly pointed out when the first, solar power projects took off in the country around 2010-11. There was 1,000 megawatt under Vibrant Gujarat and several other JNSM schemes. At that point of time, the tariff was 17 rupees, and our banking system, whether it's our FIs or domestic bankers or the private, I mean, government-owned banks or the private banks which are lending to the sector, they had their apprehensions, but they did support the sector, and all those projects did get completed. And today we are doing about 30 gigawatts of renewable energy. And I have not come across any developer who has said that money is not available. They may have some issues about the tenure or the interest rate, or sometimes they may have to access the foreign currency market. But that's it. I mean, it's not that the sector. But yes, the challenges are large. And the biggest thing I see about the money is available. There are two things which are very important from the sector perspective. One, that we are a very cost-conscious economy and a very, very cost-conscious society. So whatever solutions are offered by the green energy sector, whether it's by way of mobility and whether it's by way of energy, they have to be fundamentally cost competitive. In fact, as one of the, when we do the rating of any entity, we do look at various factors like the various, contracts, your counterparty risks, your financing risks, and so many other operating risks. But one of the most fundamentally important, aspect, which can actually cap the rating if the, entity is not able to demonstrate is what is the economic value that it is bringing to the system as a whole. Are we able to compete without subsidies, without any kind of crutches, with the conventional energy sources or conventional mobility on our own? Once you achieve that, then, it does not really, you don't need any more subsidies or any more additional support. And second thing, of course, is policy stability. Obviously, one of the things which really distresses the banking sector is when you lend to a project, you already have the business model in place. You know that you have lent for a 10-year, a 15-year, a 20-year period. The capital costs are very well known because typically most of these, renewable project, green projects, they are fairly short duration. So you know that, if X, it's not like thermal where it has to be completed over 5 years or nuclear which has to be completed over 10 years. You know that, when you lend the money, you actually know what the cost is going to be. And if the tariff or anything or fundamentally at what price you can sell is known, it is not really very difficult for the banker to figure out whether this project is lendable. So what really causes a distress to the banking, to any financer, is, if there are changes in laws or changes in policies which affect that. Like, for example, we saw that in one of the states where, they wanted to go back on the tariffs, although the tariffs are already very fine and, achieved through a competitively bid route. So there was no question of any hanky-panky. And so that really causes a lot of distress to the, any lender. So I think from a broader perspective, the two things are very important: policy stability and ensuring that we follow a certain rule of the law. And second thing is that the sector itself must bring economic value to the project. Once these things are taken care of, I don't really think financing will be a problem. As I said, we already have a savings of about $1.2 trillion, and that's going to grow. And the global market is also there. We are the few global growing markets, and if we are able to put our policy frameworks in place, funding challenge will not be a big issue. That's a brief point I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Just a second. For all of us who are gathered here, as I mentioned before we proceed further, as I mentioned in the morning itself, that we have got some or the other thing for all of the attendees here today. So if you look at the tags in our name tags and all, so these name tags are the tulsi seeds from our side to you as a memory and as a token of appreciation for coming in our forum. Now, I would like to just yes. Now, it's firstly, thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar, for sharing a lot about the report. And our next guest of honor for the event, our chief guest, is Mr. Vivek Kumar Devangan. He's the chairman and managing director, REC Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's a personality that needs no introduction, but let me do the formalities. Shri Devangan has been the chairman and managing director of REC Limited since 2022, an IS officer of the 1993 Manipur cadre with a BE in electronics from NIT Bhopal and a PG in optoelectronics and optical communication from IIT Delhi. He brings extensive administrative experience from various government sectors to REC. Prior roles included additional secretary in the Ministry of Power and positions across finance, energy and education sectors, enhancing his strategic vision in steering REC towards its corporate goals. We welcome you, sir, and let's all welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. All the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my friends. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Association of Financial Advisors of India for organizing this day-long event. I understand there are going to be 5 sessions covering different aspects of green finance, investment, and achieving net zero by the year 2070. Let me try to give a perspective about the ambition of Viksit Bharat vis-a-vis energy transition. As India aspires to become a developed country by the year 2047, next 22 years we are trying to become a developed country. But what are the statistics today? Our per capita consumption of electricity is only 1/3 of the world average, and per capita consumption, per capita emission of carbon dioxide is also 1/3 of the world average. When we aspire to become a developed country, our per capita consumption of electricity is bound to increase. This will also lead to increase in per capita emission of carbon dioxide. But India has followed a sustainable development path. While the per capita consumption of electricity might grow to 2 to 3 times of the world average, but our per capita emission of carbon dioxide may not go to that extent. So that is the sustainable path which country has adopted. The energy transition is going to take place in different spheres, in the power sector, in oil and gas sector, the transportation sector, building sector, and agriculture sector. All these sectors have to play a big role in achieving the ambition of net zero by the year 2070. But 2070 is a far off thing, so we have to first focus on short-term, medium-term goal. For that, the Central Electricity Authority, that is technical arm of the Ministry of Power, has already worked out the optimal generation mix which will be required by the year 2030 and then 2032. As Honorable Prime Minister has clearly laid down the Panchamrit element in the Glasgow COP26, that India would install 500 gigawatt electricity capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by the year 2030. In this pursuit, will also bring down our carbon emission by about 1 billion ton. The emission intensity of GDP will also be reduced to about 40 to 45% as compared to 2005 level. And we have to become net zero by the year 2070. So where we stand today, in the year 2025, our non-fossil fuel-based electricity capacity is about 220 gigawatt. 212 is from renewable energy sources, about 8 gigawatt is from the nuclear sources. By the year 2030, the share of non-fossil fuel would installed capacity will increase to about 64% to about 500 gigawatt capacity. And by the year 2032, that is also an estimate made by the Central Electricity Authority, the non-fossil fuel capacity will increase to about
616 gigawatt capacity. So far, we have been focusing on renewable energy sources, but in the budget speech given by Honorable Finance Minister, she has clearly laid out the nuclear roadmap for the country also. India is planning to install about 100 gigawatt from nuclear sources by the year 2047. So that is also going to play a significant part in our ambition to become net zero. The government of India has taken a lot of initiative. While we are pursuing the dream of becoming a developed country, which are supported by Digital India, Skill India, Startup India, Ease of Doing Business, in all the sectors, a concerted effort is being made to become a developed country. And at the same time, Niti Aayog and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change have also been collating the efforts which is being done by different ministries. Our former Power Secretary, Sri Alok Kumarji, is here. He had chaired this resources group, interministerial group comprising of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of Coal, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And with the help of this interministerial, a roadmap has been prepared how to go about the energy transition which will take place in India. So I would like to highlight certain initiatives taken by the Government of India, like for this energy transition related initiative. Government of India has introduced this production linked incentives with a budget outlay about 24,000 crore for domestic manufacturing of high efficiency solar PV modules. To establish India as a global hub for green hydrogen production, Government of India has launched National Green Hydrogen Mission with an outlay about 19,744 crore. To boost the energy storage, Government of India has already approved 9,400 crore for viability gap funding scheme to develop about 4,000 megawatt hour of battery energy storage by the year 2030. And I'm happy to share with you that REC is the National Program Implementation Agency for implementation of Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, that is targeting to cover 1 crore household by rooftop solar in next 2 to 3 years. This will add another 30 gigawatt capacity of solar power. As we are embarking on the journey of becoming net zero by the year 2070, a number of agencies have made estimates as to what kind of finance would be required. The CEW and CF had estimated that total investment of about $10.1 trillion would be required. Similarly, the World Economic Forum, in its report, that is Mission 2070, a Green New Deal for Net Zero India, they have estimated that total financing about $15 trillion would be required. But looking to the short-term goal of installation of 500 gigawatt capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by the year 2030, a total investment about 20 lakh crore would be required, which will not only the generation capacity but also the storage capacities. As you are all aware that renewable energy is intermittent in nature, we need to have commercially viable storage solution, be it battery energy storage or pumped storage projects. And it will also require evacuation, the green energy corridor for evacuation of renewable energy, that is also going to be a significant portion. In this direction, I would like to highlight that REC has embarked on a very ambitious journey for financing the green projects, renewable energy projects. In fact, when Ministry of Power had organized this Energy Transition Working Group meeting in Goa, it was in the month of July 2023. On the sidelines of Energy Transition Working Group meeting, REC had organized Green Finance Summit, where we had invited all the stakeholders, all the players, all the stakeholders who are associated with green projects and renewable energy projects. And after one-on-one discussion with them, we were able to sign MOUs worth about 2,86,000 crore. And I'm happy to share with you that out of 2,86,000 crore MOUs which we have signed, we have already sanctioned projects worth 1,50,000 crore so far. Right now, our renewable energy portfolio of loan book of REC is about 10% of our asset under management. Our asset under management is about 5,65,000 crore, and about 56,000 crore is from the renewable energy portfolio. But since we have huge pipeline of projects. We are covering the entire gamut of green projects, be it solar project, wind project, hybrid solar wind projects, storage solution, battery energy storage, pump storage projects, large hydro projects, solar module manufacturing, wind turbine manufacturing, electric mobility and associated charging infrastructure, green hydrogen, green ammonia, entire gamut of projects we are covering, and we have huge pipeline of projects. That's why we have made our estimate that as I told you, that total investment for this achieving 500 gigawatt will be about 20 lakh crore. REC is targeting a humble market share about 3 lakh crore by the year 2030. And that will become, right now our renewable energy portfolio is about 10% of our AUM. That will increase to about 30% of our asset under management by the year 2030, because our asset under management would go to about 10 lakh crore by the year 2030. I hope that today's deliberation, this inaugural session is going to be followed by another 5 sessions. I would not like to take much time. We hope that all these sessions are going to be interactive session and will be able to chart out a practical roadmap to achieve net zero by the year 2070, and various aspects of green finance and investment will also be deliberated and will be able to chart out a practical roadmap for achieving this ambition. My best wishes to Association of Financial Advisors of India and all the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing how Government of India is constantly making efforts in order to lead the world towards green hydrogen production and in missions like National Mission of Green Hydrogen, and how REC is playing a role in adding renewable energy capacity into the current total capacity of India. So please bring your hands together, everyone. We do have an energetic crowd, and everyone is with us. And now I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Agrawal, sir, Summit Chairman, for his vote of thanks speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Susmita ji. So friends, we are now on the concluding of this inaugural session. Before giving the formal vote of thanks, I would like to just narrate or conclude the discussions which we had in the inaugural session, just for your memory. So, Jayasankar sir, you have given very inspiring speech or inspiring deliberation to us, and you have rightly told that your 50% of incremental lending will go to the green sector. So this is a big commitment, I think, from your side to the sector. So we deserve the round of applause. And you have focused on this blended financing with the ADB and GCF. I think this will help to the ultimate beneficiary to get the money at the lower cost to some extent, I think. So this will also help in the viability of the projects also. And Sudhendu sir, on the battery side, you are rightly giving that this model, because battery is one of the key area which is a concern area for the funders actually, the investors and the lenders. We go to everybody anywhere, they say that battery life is less, and then battery having the highest cost. So you have given that solution, the battery as a service model. If it can be developed in our country, I think this can be a game changer for the entire EV system actually. So thank you, sir, for giving us this insight. So you deserve the round of applause. And sir, Jha sir, you have told this thing that PFC is focusing on the manufacturing sector actually, funding to the manufacturing sector. This is, I think, a big thing, because developers are there, they are getting money, but the manufacturing should also get the money. So PFC is now focusing on the manufacturing sector. So thank you so much, sir. And Pankaj sir, I think your speech was very inspiring, and you have given a lot of insights to all of us. I think the one thing which you have told, which is seeing here also, that 55% funding by the NBFC, which are infra NBFC or the government NBFCs actually. So we can see that IS also, where the major players, those are funding to this sector, those are here, they have the commitment towards the sector actually. So thank you very much for giving these insights. And Asim Infra, you are doing a good job, and I think in the future, you told that you have done the non-recourse funding in 2012. So this hydrogen sector is facing, because we were talking to some of the developers, they are saying currently the hydrogen sector, the offtake agreements are not there actually. So somebody crack it actually, because of this, they are getting difficulty to get the funding actually. So like Asim Infra can take the lead. So okay, so thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. This green hydrogen, if without offtake agreement, there can be some model, then it can be a big thing also. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us these insight. Nishant ji, I think from the corporate sector, I think you are a role model for all of us. And many of the participants will inspire from you actually, because a lot of developers, a lot of service providers are coming here actually. And you have given that this thing that in the EV there is no legacy. So I think this is a one very good big bird which you have told actually, that this can help to grow faster in this sector. Thank you so much for joining with us. And sir, this whatever care from care, sir, Sabsachi sir, whatever you told that money is available actually. So rating agency is saying that money is available to the sector. I think we all should be rest assured that there will not be any challenge for getting this $10 trillion funding requirement for this sector. So great, sir. Thank you so much for the knowledge report preparation and joining hands with AFAI. Thank you so much for this. And Divangan sir, first of all, I would like to thank you for joining with us and giving your consent and the kind of address which you have given to us, the government initiatives, a lot of government initiatives you have told us, and your commitments towards from the REC sides towards the sector. Actually, you said that 1,50,000 crores you have already funded to this sector. Actually, this is a big number. You see, any of the financial institution and bank, if we compare, I think this will be the largest, highest in the country actually. So, sir, thank you so much for giving a lot of insights and joining with us. So, friends, just to conclude this session, and the FAI chairman, Mr. Jyoti Gadia, is also giving the vision for the FAI and the session, why we have organized this session. So, thank you so much for joining with us. So, and I would like to thank you to all the participants who have joined us in this program, and I will request to all of you again that you please be there with us in the entire day. There will be a lot of discussions, lot of I think deliberations will be there, which will help you in your journey, and we will request you to please interact more and more actually with the participants and the speakers, so that it can be a more attractive conference. And I would like to wish the congratulations, wish the congrats all the winners who are eligible, who got will got the award today in the evening. So we'll request all of you be the part of the award ceremony also. You will see that who all are the organizations, those are doing wonderful in their journey, and this will motivate them also. So thank you very much. Thank you all. And I'll request you to please join with us in the high tea, and we'll continue this next session. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And we would like now to facilitate to all the dignitaries of the inaugural session. So please.
Thank you so much, all the speakers of our inaugural session. We are very delighted to have you today with us. It's time for the picture of the day. As a token of love from the Association of Financial Advisors of India, I would like to extend my invitation to Mr. Jyoti Prakash Kadia, our President, AFAI, to felicitate Mr. Vivek Kumar Devangan, CMD, REC Limited. Bring your hands together, everyone. Now I would like to request Jyoti sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Sudhendu J. Sinha, Advisor in Infrastructure Connectivity and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog. Now I would like to request Jyoti sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Jha, Director, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Now I would like to request Jyoti sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Virendra Pankaj, CEO, Azim Infrastructure Finance Limited. It's time to honor our next speaker, Mr. Nishant Arya, Vice Chairman and MD, JBM Group. I would like Jyoti sir to kindly felicitate him. And now it's time to felicitate none other than our knowledge partner, KRH Group, Mr. Sabyasachi Majumdar, Senior Director. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this inaugural session and making the beginning of the summit a moment and time to remember. For everyone in the room, thank you so much for being with us through the inaugural session. We do have our high teas now, but we'll soon be beginning with our first session soon. And the snacks and refreshments will be continuing, and will join for the first session within 5 minutes. हाँ भगवान भी अच्छे हैं हटा दो नेक्स्ट सेशन में कितने 4 है ना सुनो and Agri, we have a break for 5 minutes. Hello?
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, check.
May I have your kind attention, everyone? We are about to begin with session 1 in a while, in approx 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. May I have your attention, everyone? We are about to begin with session 1 in another 2 minutes. So I would request you to kindly take your refreshments in the hall so that we can begin with the session. Thank you. I would like to request all the volunteers to kindly escort speakers and our delegates and attendees to the multipurpose hall. We are about to begin with session 1. I would like to request all the AFAI volunteers to kindly escort the speakers, attendees, and delegates of the summit to the multipurpose hall. We are about to begin with session 1. Thank you. Sushmita? There is an announcement for all the AFAI volunteers to kindly escort our speakers, attendees, and delegates in the multipurpose hall. We are about to begin with session 1. This is an announcement for all the volunteers to kindly escort our speakers, delegates, attendees to the multipurpose hall. We are about to begin session 1. There is an announcement for AFAI volunteers to kindly escort our attendees and everyone who is here. I really hope we all are charged up and refreshed up for the very first session of the summit. To achieve India's net zero emissions target by 2070, India requires trillions of dollars in green financing but currently secures only about 1/4 of the required funds. The transition to clean energy, primarily solar, wind, biofuels and hydrogen, faces challenges such as short loan tenures, high capital cost, insufficient debt financing and the absence of a comprehensive green taxonomy, restricting wide-ranging investments. Addressing these gaps requires innovative financing solutions tailored to accelerate the adoption of clean energy solutions. Now I would like to introduce our first session, and the theme for this panel is fueling green transition, innovative financing for solar, wind, hydrogen, and biofuels. May I request everyone to kindly bring your hands together for our panelists. To introduce our panelists, I would like to begin with Mr. Kuljit Singh Popley, former CMD IREDA. Mr. Popley, the former chairman and managing director of IREDA, was instrumental in propelling India's renewable energy initiatives. His leadership at IREDA significantly enhanced financing for solar, wind, and other clean energy projects, contributing to policy formulations, capacity building, and strategic alliances, thereby cementing IREDA's role as a pivotal force in India's renewable energy landscape. Please bring your hands together for him. We welcome you, sir. Our second speaker of the panel is Mr. Manikan Sangameshwaram, Executive Director and CEO, Radiance Renewables Private Limited. Sir is a visionary leader with over 31 years of experience in renewable energy and infrastructure, a recipient of the Business Leader and CEO of the Year Award. Sir holds a mechanical engineering degree, a master's in economics from the University of Buckingham, and a PG qualification in securities law, specializing in finance. We welcome you, sir. Our third speaker for the panel is Mr. Alok Kumar, Director, the Lantau Group. Please join me in welcoming him. He holds a rich background in the energy sector and previous roles within the Government of India. Mr. Kumar offers a unique and valuable perspective on strategic energy and finance management and insights that are crucial for navigating complex market dynamics. We welcome you, sir. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Pravastu Rambabu, CSO Greenco Group. Sir chairs the Forum for Sustainable Enterprises, advocating for sustainable business practices. His previous roles include CEO of RSN GC, advisory and managing director at Cartor CO2E, focusing on renewable energy and environmental solutions. I'm really hopeful that this panel brings the most insightful perspectives to all of us and to achieve our target for net zero 2070. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our moderator to proceed with the session.
Thank you very much. My distinguished panelists, friends of the dais, topic for today is energy transition and innovative financing. I just wanted to share some of my experiences when we started this journey in IREDA. When the solar mission was announced, we started with 100 projects in solar, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt at the fag end of the grid. And they were through first come, first serve basis, computerized, and lot of companies bid because the tariff was very high, 15 rupees for 25 years. You will not believe, I was then director, and I am not from finance background. I had worked with Power Finance, we were into appraisal of projects. He was not very convinced in financing those projects. Within 6 months, the tariff dropped to 12 rupees. I told him, sir, why don't we fund these projects? Because my logic was very simple. They may not be knowing the technology, projects may not work, but these are modular in nature. Nobody will like to lose 15 rupees for 25 years, they will rectify the projects and our money will be repaid. That was one part, and then this financing started, though they were at 15 rupees, people did question. We also thought why we are giving 15 rupees for 25 years. Of course, that was to attract entrepreneurs, and there was, I think, 300 people bid within first 10 minutes of opening the computers. So that was the type of enthusiasm that was there because the tariff was high. Then Gujarat came up, and they were wiser because the person, we had attended the same training program, and he had prepared the model for it. He said we will pay 12 rupees for first 15 years. When the lender's loan is repaid, then we will reduce it to 5 rupees. So that was more logical. So this is how that financing started, and we knew the prices were going down. Every time we used to finance projects, they would say that these projects will not come. The tariff is low, the cost is high. And what the developers were doing was, they were taking 1.5 year forward pricing from China. So they knew that they have 18 years to implement the project. 6 months to 9 months on actual implementation it takes. So they were able to bid aggressively. And that is how it happened. Throughout, this trend continued till by 2017-18 we received 2 rupees 44 paisa as tariff. And then I still remember the Honorable Minister that time, Mr. Piyush Goyal, questioned, who is this company? How can they bid this low? So I said, sir, they are putting more on DC side, they are putting 40% more on DC side, and they are flattening the curve. And that is how they had worked out, sir. They had done the reverse engineering. And finally it went through. And at that time, bankers were also not convinced that these tariffs, these projects will run. And then in few of the meetings, and our secretary at that time had to go to different banks, go to associations, tell them that we should finance solar projects, there is no risk. So that is how this whole trend started. Now, I'll like to talk about few things that we talk in innovative financing. One word that we hear is blended finance. So this I heard some 5 years back from my colleague in Word. I was in ISA and he talked about, and I was wondering, what is this blended finance? I have not heard. And then I realized he's only talking about taking a low-cost fund from developmental institution and blending it. And that we were doing in IRIDA throughout. I mean, we had lines of credit from JICA, KFW, AFD, everybody, which was at low cost. And we were blending it, though they insisted that you should not blend it, you should keep it separate because we are giving you at a lower cost. But then if you hedge it, the cost was always coming to 8 to 9%. And in any case, we were lending at 11%, 12%. So that was how we were doing it, and we were blending it without that word getting into it. Similarly, we had talked about first loss facility. How it happened was, one of the bilateral institutions approached us and they wanted us to take up some off-grid projects. They were inherently risky. So they said, we will give you, out of $20 million, that was a small this thing, he said, we will give you $5 million as technology transfer, this fund, whatever you call. Not technology transfer, you give it for the upgradation of your manpower and all that. So I said, we don't need it. And I checked with Price Waterhouse, who were our consultant. They said there are enough developers here who want these projects to be taken up. So what we said, we don't want this money, but what we will do is, since those were inherently risky projects, we said, sir, we will keep this money aside, give them as an incentive. If they pay back our loan in 5 years, this will go back to them as incentive. And if they don't complete it, this will offset our losses. So that was a first loss facility, and my secretary was at that time very happy that what is this you have devised. So this is how in the process we discussed. Then on credit enhancement, I still very clearly remember ADB came out with credit enhancement facility. And I said, how are you doing it? Because the project remains the same. And then I realized that they were charging a fee of 0.75%. And giving a credit enhancement of 25%. So I said, then if it is a credit, I lose on 0.75% because I am not charging them extra. At that time, that never stuck that we should charge those projects higher rate of interest. So I said, what is the gain I get? I take the risk. We understand the projects. So somehow at that time, we did not take that credit enhancement, and that time it never became very successful. But later on, of course, it was used in many other ways. So that is how these things happened. Then another thing that happened, sir, and when you were also there, Alok sir was there, and RECs were announced. So people had not read the whole guidelines properly because they were to expire in 2 years. And that was on SCBs buying it. And I thought that SCBs at that time were in losses. And I said regulators were also formed then. I said, how will regulators face a loss-making entity to buy REC to meet their green component? So I never funded any of the projects on REC. I accepted only 25 paisa or 50 paisa. But lot of developers, well-meaning developers, they studied it, discussed it, and they went ahead with the projects considering RECs. And they all, you know what happened to RECs. There were 2,000 crores of regulatory assets that were not paid. So if you understand what you are financing, then innovation is possible. The other thing is that why innovation was possible in solar was that there was no fuel cost. So we knew that after 6 months, this is the tariff generally that will be available. If you reduce 1% of plant load factor, at least if it is not generating 19%, it will give you 18%. And then you can play with it. If you can't finance 20 years, you can fund them for 10 years and ask for a bullet payment after 10 years. We know that either we will fund it again or somebody else will fund it because that revenue stream is fixed. And that is how more of an innovation started in solar and wind and renewable energy sector. Now the challenge is that we will be facing is in green hydrogen and in biofuels. In biofuels, there are different biofuels. You have biogas, you have biodiesel, you have bioethanol, and the challenges are different. Similarly, in green hydrogen, how you are going to fund it. So this I will leave it to the audience as well as to my panelists to deliberate, and they are all very experienced panelists, and I'm sure we will come out with something that you may not have thought of. With these words, I'll start asking moderators on this. Thank you. And I'm happy that Mr. Majumdar has joined us. He was not there in the panel. Yesterday, a list of 7 people was given to me, and I thought this will be a big panel. And today, when we are there, it is 3, and that is also going to happen. If you think that the funding is available, it will not be available by the time you reach there. So initially, when people used to ask me every time, they said, for 20,000 megawatt, where is the fund? And I used to say, IREDA cannot meet this challenge. Our big brothers, PFC, REC, SBI, and other bankers will have to join, and they will join, because today the pie is very small. As it becomes bigger, others will join, and there is no risk. And that is what has happened. So, and now more and more lenders have joined. NABARD is given a mandate, SIDBI is also there, so, and other private banks. In fact, there was a time when we started funding these projects in 2016, 15, 16, 17. All the private banks were taking over our projects at a lower rate of interest. At that time, from 11%, 12%, they were even getting funding at 9 or 10%. And that was a challenge. My secretary was Mr. Tripathi. He used to ask me, Popli, why, when the car loan is available at 8%, why the rooftop solar will not be given at 8%? And then he got a line of credit from World Bank. and then SBI and Punjab National Bank started financing rooftop solar at a lower rate. So with these words, I will Sir, I would like to start from Alok Kumar ji, who is the most qualified here because he has worked with no, sir, you were in the policy making in Ministry of Power, then you were Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh, and he has worked with Regulatory Commission for 7 years, so he knows the whole gamut, and then he is now working with Lantau Group, which is a very big group in consultancy. Sir, my first question to you is, we are accelerating into energy transition. And this time the energy transition is little different, sir. Like from coal to oil, it was the addition. This time we are also trying to replace some of the coal and the oil, so this transition is little difficult, in my view, and we require more funding. Had it been only additive, that the new generation will be only from renewable, that would have been easier. So what hurdles do you see, sir, in energy transition?
Thank you, Mr. Popli. And good afternoon. I thought we'll be speaking in the phone session, but so I'm very glad to be here. And this all subject of energy transition is very close to my heart. And I've been taken through this in G20 process when I was chairing the energy transition working group. See, just to give a perspective, we are very happy about fulfilling our NDCs, that 50% fossil fuel capacity is done, we'll overachieve it. Emission intensity reduction is almost 36% done in 2000, we will do it. But where does India stand? I'll give you two statistics. There is a concept called emission factor in our grid, that how much grams of CO2 we are generating per unit of electricity. We were around 0.71 kilos, that means 710 grams in 2019-20. And in 21-22 also we stayed almost 0.71. We have very ambitious target of reaching 0.548, that means 548 grams in 26-27. There is no way we are going to achieve it. No, let us take the reality check. India is going to be the second largest emitter around 2030 or 2031 in the world. India is a very peculiar position. So like our NDCs are soft targets. We will achieve them, but let's not be very bullish, very happy about it. India needs to do more, and India is doing quite a lot. There are challenges. In my view, what are the key challenges or barriers which you need to address? First is the affordability. In India, a household spends around 6.5% of its income on energy. In Canada, it is only 3%. India is very price sensitive. You look around your free power and all everywhere. And there was a recent bid results announced for a 4-hour battery storage. Even with 30% BGF, tariff was around 4.4 lakhs per megawatt per month. This is still expensive. So we need to use our concessionality in finance very wisely to see that the energy prices for the common man, they remain affordable. Otherwise, Indian democracy, there will be backlash on energy transition. The first challenge is to use your concessionality, which is limited, very wisely. Second level is our import dependency. We are very happy about module manufacturing capacity and cell manufacturing capacity, but your PLI for wafer and ingot is not moving anywhere. We are talking of now capex subsidy, and the requirement of domestic cells is going to raise your price by 40% per unit. We are into such a situation that we can't export our jobs to China. We need to accelerate our local manufacturing and also keep the tariffs affordable. So tariffs and all custom duties also have to be used very, very smartly so that they are only for shortest possible time. Costs remain affordable and you have the local manufacturing in place. It will take time. So let us not hurry up. This 2070 is a long call. I think the wiser thing will be to have more practical targets, but push the button on local manufacturing. Right policy shift is the one which is important thing. I'll give you an example of waiver of transportation charges. It was good initially when Mr. Popli, you were there initially. But now it has to be phased out. There is a huge pressure of developers to continue it for 2027-28. No, it is not doable. You talk to discoms, it is raising their prices, their tariffs. Again, I say, why not we promote decentralized generation, which is cheaper if you include the cost of the transportation charges. So India has to very smartly shift the policy whenever it is not required. If you prolong it, it will hurt you. India doesn't have a solution still for a base load power generation source. You can't depend on gas. You can't depend on hydro. Can you depend on nuclear? You may have announced a mission for 20,000 crores for this SMRs, but we have done a lot of progress in nuclear technology, but our progress is we're only 8 gigawatt in last 50 years. We're talking 100 gigawatt in next 22 years. So India's energy transition has that uncertainty. We must work wholeheartedly and very focused manner on development of nuclear technology. That is the only possible source, feasible source for India's baseload power generation. I'll say regulatory uncertainty is another thing. CRC and its wisdom has cancelled the tender of Jindal Power for battery storage. They say it is too high. This is one case, I'm not commenting on CRC, but if that becomes a trend, and every regulator wants to get into the competitively discovered tariff, you can see what risk it will bring to projects. After 6 months or 10 months, they say, no, prices come down with 10%, I will not approve it. We need to have a policy that no, competitively discovered tariff, they have to be taken forward. This is a big uncertainty we are looking at. Viability of discoms. Who is your buyer? Most of the energy will be off-taker will be discom. They have made a loss of 58,000 crores in 1 year last year. Discom's viability is still a work in progress. That is one barrier which I think whole political class has to address. Otherwise, forget about net zero. So, and I had two more things to say. One is energy efficiency is one which we are not paying enough attention. The building code are only have just started, and we are building all new shopping malls and all, which will be guzzling energy for next 50 years. We have to enforce building codes very strongly and very quickly. Our motor drives are only IE standard 1, where they consume 70% of energy in industries. We have to tighten the standards of motor drives. We have to tighten the standards of air conditioners. We're going to have from 3 crore to 6 or 7 crore air conditioners in India. Our fuel efficiency standards for heavy duty vehicles are very obsolete. We are way behind. Last thing I say, electric mobility would be a boon for India. India has done well on, say, like capex and all viability, but we are lagging behind in charging infrastructure very badly. In China, there are only less than 10 vehicles per charging infrastructure. In some of the states, we have 350 or 600 vehicles per charging station. If you talk to any prospective consumer, the biggest worry is the range anxiety. We should do whole hog and do something about charging infrastructure, otherwise we'll lose the bus on electric mobility. So in my view, just to summarize, India's energy transition is a success story, but we have to go a long way. We should go a long way. And whatever barriers I have, in my view, I have narrated. Those are real areas. If you address those, then we can accelerate India's energy transition. I will stop at it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I mean, you highlighted on the electricity boards being viable, because they will be the real pillars who would be working on ground on and investing money there. And of course, electric mobility is the key. Then I come to Mr. Manikam. Sir, Radiance deals with variety of projects, and you are funded by a larger platform. In what specific technologies you feel that there is a hurdle in raising finances, if any?
Thank you, Mr. Popli. Thank you for having me on this session. So from a Radiance perspective, just give a bit of context for those who don't know about Radiance. We are around 550 megawatt of operating capacity, basically serving corporate India. Our mission is to help green transitioning for corporates. So we don't have any projects that sell to the utilities or to the grid through any of the auctions, but we basically do bilateral PPAs with corporate customers and help them in their transitioning. So the interesting journey was that when we started this business around 2020, just about 4.5 years ago, COVID hit us and we were like with 6 people building the business, and within a span of 4.5 years, we're now at 550 megawatt. It tells you the success story of the growth of the sector. But at that time, the market size was around 1.5 gigawatt, and we thought that, this may go up to 2 or 3 gigawatt over the next 3-4 years, and we should take at least a 20% market share of this. And we thought if we do 200-300 megawatt a year, we should be happy. But today, the market size is almost close to 5 gigawatt just for the corporate CNI market that we're talking about. And that 5 gigawatt market, we have to at least 500 megawatt every year to at least catch up and do 10% market share. So that's the challenge that we are dealing with. Coming to the point on financing, I think the financing part has been two ways in the market, the way it is structured. One is for C&I players like us, and one is for the utility players who have a slightly better luxury of doing the financing because they get 25-year financing because the PPAs are 25-year PPAs. With the corporates, usually the PPAs range from 15 to 20 to 25 years. There are a few corporates that sign up for 25 years with a sort of lock-in for 15 years. But there are some corporates who have signed up for 25 years with full lock-in. So these are like largely the data centers who know that the energy requirement is not going to come off for them. So those kind of PPAs are relatively easily financeable because you have almost akin to a grid utility-based project with a 25-year backup. So the transitioning in financing itself that we have seen in the original days when we had a 15-year PPA or a 15-year locked up PPAs, the banks were willing to finance only 12 years, 80% of the tenure of 15 years. But now what we see is that even they have moved up for a 25-year PPA, they're willing to go up to 19, 20, 21 years. So that has been one good development in the market. Because fundamentally speaking, after 15 years, the project is not going away anywhere and you're going to still generate power. It is just that you may have a different customer and typically 60% of the debt, 70% of the debt would be returned down by that time. So you could do a structured cash flow to make sure that you have, the banks are taken care of. So the fundamental problem of Indian infrastructure is that unless there is an offtake agreement or a long-term stability in the agreement, the banks cannot lend or the NBFCs can't lend. So there's a fundamental flaw in the structure that we have in this country, and that's because we never had a well-developed bond market, corporate bond market, and that's been debated about for ad nauseum since the 20 years that I've been in infrastructure, 25 years that we've been working on. So that's not changing anywhere. I think if we were to do fundamental changes in the way we look at the sector, if the sector has to get a lot of financing, one could look at priority sector lending based targets for renewable, but that has not happened. I think the banks are not getting that leeway from the RBI for any matter. So that's not really helping in terms of bringing down the energy cost, which is a fundamental cost for any economy. And if we want to become cost competitive globally, and that too by using green power, we need to think from bringing down the financing costs. One. Second is that fundamentally the banks are should not be the natural lenders for the sector, because they have a clear asset liability mismatch. They're basically having short-term deposits against which they are now lending to 15, 20, 25 years. So even if that is the case, it's only an interim position where they're going to be refinanced by somebody else. So I was very happy to note that with NIIF coming out with IDF, ICICI coming out with IDF structures, IDF which is infrastructure debt funds. So we today have an option that after 1 year or 2 years of operating performance and showing that you are actually doing very well, the assets are performing well, we end up refinancing the bank with an IDF facility. and usually the IDFs are happy to have a fixed rate for 5 years and then a reset clause that kicks in. So for organizations like us who are building and scaling up the businesses, we reach 500 megawatts, 550 megawatts, we would soon reach a gigawatt in a year and a half's time. So if that is the case, then we know there is an opportunity available for us to go and do a green bond financing at the parent company level and sweep up all the project finance debt. Today, all our projects are done on project finance, standalone, non-recourse basis to the parent at each of the company level. The complexity of the regulatory structure that we talked about earlier is that the interpretation of captive norms was very different by different states until last year when Supreme Court came out with a ruling which helped us to do multiple customers in one SPV. So today, if you see, we have 80 SPVs operating, and some of my competitors have 150 SPVs operating. So the amount of compliance and governance time that we have to spend in managing all this is an unnecessary dead overhead to look at it. I think it's a very simple way. I'm happy to make some bold recommendations in terms of from a DISCOM perspective, where they feel that the new age companies or developers are eating into their creamy C&I customers. But that's not the case, because they need green power today, one, because their own supply chain needs to be greened. And companies that are exporting textiles, steel, and other things to the global market, they've been asked the question, are you green enough? And there are CBAM restrictions that are kicked into Europe. So they need to really deliver green products and services globally. So there is a compulsion for them to do that. So they would definitely, and on top of it, the green power is cheaper than the grid power. So that's driving the demand for green power from third parties. But having coming to DISCOM, I think there are opportunities for the DISCOM to also partner with individual entrepreneurs and companies to co-opt and try to put up rooftop projects under the PM Surya Ghar Yojana, which is basically, there's a huge opportunity of 30 gigawatt if you're talking about 1 crore homes, 3 kilowatt each. That is a big opportunity that I don't think the DISCOMs are looking at a partnership with anyone. If they do that, they could actually, they could form a very interesting model where they could say that, you know, we don't have the financing to do it, but we will rope in some other financing agency like a World Bank or something. And because they are connecting the power to the customer, they can deduct that money from the customer's bill every month, because a private developer can't do that. He has no connectivity. So these are ideas that one can look about. So in our business, in the C&I market, what we have done is that we do not put up a 300 megawatt project for one customer. Very rarely. There are one-off cases, unlike a utility project. So in our case, we will have customers ranging from 5 megawatt to 25 to 30 megawatt to sometimes 100 megawatt. So when we build a park, we will have multiple projects in the park. Now what we do is to do innovative financing. What we have done is we were one of the first to actually do a co-obligor structure. So what we did was we pooled the cash flows of the surplus cash flows of each of these projects to the same lender, because then the lender has a comfort that you're not only lending to that particular project on non-recourse basis, but you also have the ability to dip into the surplus cash flow of another entity, which anyway would be available to the project developer and not to the customer. So we can do that, and then the pool financing provides some kind of insurance mechanism and improves the rating for the for the park as a whole. So these are structures that we have tried, and I think there are many things one can look about. I think the key innovation we need to really bring about in this market is, if you really ask the customers, do they want to sign up 15, 20, 25 year PPAs? The answer would be that they would rather like to sign up 1, 2, 3, 5 years PPAs. The reason why that cannot be done is there is no project that can be financed in India from any banks for such a short tenure PPAs, because the banks are always worried about what happens to the repricing risk after the tenure of that PPA. And that's really the crux of the problem. So when I went around and asked, well, how are the people doing it in UK, in Australia and other markets, they have 1, 2, 3 year PPAs. And how come they are financing? How come their banks are financing? How come our banks are not financing this issue? So we realized that actually the pricing power in the market is very well established in those countries, unlike in our country where there is a big friction that could come by DISCOMs suddenly changing the way they bill. They could change the TOD slots, they could change all through the MYT application through the regulator, but they could change the fixed charges, they could change something else, and this is not very clear. So for the UK and Australian companies, it's easy to do a 1-year PPA because they have forecast of energy, electricity prices 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. And it pretty much follows that. So the bank is taking comfort from the fact that this forecast is going to pan out, and then they apply their own rationale to it. We don't have that mechanism in this country. First of all, the energy markets, while they are integrated, we have one nation, one grid. We still have multiple states, each one having their own regulation, each one having their own pricing structure with different cross subsidies and different mechanisms of ACOS and APPC. So these are the complications in the Indian market. And maybe I'll stop there, Mr. Pople, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manikam, for raising some of the very relevant points. Coming to your last point, when we were financing, some of the 3 large C&I companies came to us for financing rooftop solar. And they wanted us to give 15-year loan on a PP of 7, 8, 10 years. I said that is not possible. More so because I thought the prices are coming down and the off-taker may not honor the contract. If he gets it at half the rate, he might leave, and there is no way we can enforce the contracts in short time. So I did not do that. Of course, those companies were eventually successful. I must say that was a mistake. So anyway, sir, the whole gamut of energy transition we are talking about is to reduce carbon emissions. And one thing that there are carbon credits available, and most of the companies have not been able to monetize it. Here is Mr. Ram Babu, CSO from Greenco. And I understand he has been able to raise $500 million for carbon, through carbon markets. And I would like to ask him how easy or difficult or what methodology is to be followed by companies. Your guidance might help, or your experience, whatever way you want to answer it.
I think achieving net zero by 2070 has to be affordable, has to be just, and has to provide an opportunity for India itself, economic opportunity for India itself. Otherwise, I think we will not be getting there. So, if you look at affordability, it appears that we have been innovating things that are making things possible. Greenco's early adventures with pump stores today has put us into a position where we can deliver dispatchable power, right? And in fact, more flexible than the coal-based power plant at a price lower than the new coal-based power plant. Any new coal-based. So there is no financial reason or economic reason for a new coal-based power plant to come up, except for the fact that we may not be able to put up so much of RE capacity at a and PSPs also. So that could be a reason. Otherwise, simple, straight economic reason for any new coal-based power plant is not there. And similarly, architectural innovations has brought us to a situation with the PSP and the alkaline electrolyzers. We are able to deliver green hydrogen at around $3 per kg, which is equal to, in IRA, the max subsidy that I could get is $3 per kilogram. So almost I could sell with that level of subsidy at free of cost deliver the green hydrogen. So affordability is very, very important, and innovation at a business model level and also technology level, it is possible to get there. But sometimes if the policy regime starts rewarding immature technologies to be fair on everybody, let us say, oh, I want to be fair to, if it is a storage, I also want to be fair to other storage solutions. So that's sort of an immature approach. And without a technology getting mature enough, you start actually rewarding that. Then you get into a problem in the policy. Second important thing is, that when I am doing a project and delivering a service, some of the services I deliver are normally I am not rewarded for. So, in storage itself, I deliver a number of services to the grid and to the users, which I am not rewarded for. So, again it comes on to the policy makers and the regulators to see that it is appropriately rewarded, so that whatever I am doing, I am able to monetize that. In that context, the third category I come is that there are some services I do, okay, which are not recognized in the economic system as service. For example, by getting into storage, by getting into renewables, by getting into green hydrogen, I am delivering a service and enhanced climate regulation capabilities to the earth, which we are falling short. Today, the damage caused due to expected climate change is significantly larger to the economy than the repair costs. So I am delivering those repair services for which I need to be paid. So if that is need to be internalized, that is precisely where comes the carbon price, appropriate carbon price. Globally, what we have done is that we said that all of us are not equally responsible for the stock of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So some have a higher responsibility, some have a lower responsibility. As Mr. Alok Kumar rightly pointed out, India's NDC targets are on the lower side of the responsibility, and we are on a good path to meet those NDCs. But at the same time, we have taken a longer term target. Going to Brazil for next COP, we have to revise our NDCs, which should be in the line with 2070 net zero goal, or even preponing that net zero goal also there could be pressure on us. And we are very clearly seeing an economic opportunity in this transition. Not only global investors are seeing a transition, but India as country is seeing an economic opportunity and advantage in joining the transition. But what is not happening possibly, and what happened earlier in the Kyoto Protocol? Kyoto Protocol was a framework in which some countries had the responsibility and some countries could postpone that responsibility. Hence, if I could do something business unusual, I will be able to generate carbon credits, which I will transfer it to those countries which are committed to reduce their or limit their global carbon emissions or GHG emissions. So that framework has changed in 2015 with the Paris Climate Agreement. With the Paris Climate Agreement architecture is that everybody has the responsibility. And only after I do with my responsibility, if I do something additional, that additional one is the one that I can transfer. So I need to first meet my NDC. Whichever emission reduction I try to transfer and monetize, that emission reduction cannot be counted against my NDC. Right? So that is the new framework that has come in. And that new framework seemed to have a significant advantage, and there is a market mechanism under Article 6 of the Paris Climate Agreement, which has come into force 2020 onwards, and the prices there are hovering anywhere from $40 to $100 plus. And that is the kind of a price range. But Article 6 mechanism is not getting operationalized quick enough so that it can fund the viability gap of either it is green hydrogen or green ammonia or green methanol or storage or the offshore wind. Government of India in 2002 itself has notified what are the categories of projects into which if you put in money, I will not count in my NDCs but allow you to transfer the emission reductions outside the country. These are notified. They are actually today 14 categories of those projects, which are very high tech, and I think that's where precisely the investment is going. Okay, the 4 trillion additional investment for climate mitigation globally, okay, and realigning the existing around 7 trillion to 8 trillion investments. One is realignment and additional climate mitigation investments. All have to happen, and these 13 categories are some of those good categories that India has identified. So that is precisely where the money has to go. Article 6 has to be operationalized, and one is that financial institutions have not recognized. For example, in Article 6 you have compressed biogas, and compressed biogas guys are running helter and shelter for bank finance, and no banker ever realizes his carbon value. No banker ever, when put in money, realizes or accounts for the pumped storage carbon value or a hydrogen project carbon value. Hydrogen projects carbon value are okay when an external party does an off-take agreement and is paying a premium price for my green ammonia, the banker is okay. But when it is not, that the carbon value, if it has to be monetized, I think some of those games that we have played in the later parts of the Kyoto Protocol, when you said 500 million, I'm talking about the Kyoto Protocol till 2014, when you have Gujarat Fluorochemicals and SRFs, right? And in fact, Gujarat Fluorochemicals built complete INOX out of the carbon money, and JSW getting a significant amount of money. All that story, the story that has actually catapulted the renewable march. Okay, so that is I'm talking about 2005 to 2010 story around the carbon value. I think that story needs to be repeated. And I want to remind all of you, those days, international community used to vote India as the Indian government as the most business-friendly government as far as the carbon is concerned. In fact, we used to do much better than even China. I think that situation has to get repeated because we see an economic opportunity in this transition. We see a possibility of India becoming energy independent in this transition. We see a possibility of significant Make in India in this transition. I think we need to see that extra money that we want actually is paid by the developed countries from outside. So that is what I think is the main opportunity that we need to see. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Rambabu. Well, I remember I went to Kyoto somewhere in 2012. And at that time, the whispers were that since India is not committing, why should we buy the carbon credits? And then the story ended for some time. Because that was the time when, had we done that, we would have got millions of dollars here. And it would have given a big boost. And you're right, I mean, initially we were getting a lot of money. GFC and whatever the companies you named, they were getting a lot of money, but subsequently we missed the bus. We have Mr. Majumdar with us. I remember I had interaction with him some 12 years back. I don't know whether he remembers it. And I had asked him to improve my rating for IREDA. Because that time, sir, my director of finance told me that if you want to borrow it at a lower rate, our rating has to go up. And I thought I will be able to convince him. I said, these are modular in nature. We are not financing biomass and small hydro projects, and our 80% portfolio is in wind and solar. But somehow he said, well, the methodology they are following, we were too small at that time and my rating was not improved. So my question is, sir, how do you now look at renewable energy projects? How are the rating of, because 90% of the companies that you are rating are in renewable sector? And how do you see the new technologies? How do you rate them?
To answer your question, renewable energy has been one of the great success stories from a rating perspective. So, the way we, measure rating quality is actually very different from what the banks do. For you, an account becomes a problem after it is 90 days past due. Then it becomes an NPA, then it becomes a loss asset, whatever that classification is. And ultimately, as a banker, as long as you get the money back, with let's suppose, for example, even if you get the money back with a delay, as long as the yield loss during that period is also made good, you are quite okay with it. I mean, it's fine as a banker, as long as you are not making an overall provision or a loss, you are quite fine. With us rating agencies, it's a much more stricter standard. If a company has a 100 crore loan book and it misses even 100 rupees or 1 rupee loan by one day, we have to recognize a default and it becomes rating to D. And I have to report it on my website and I have to report it to RBI and SEBI that during this year so many investment grade defaults took place. Now I'm happy to say as a rating agency, I was in another rating agency till about a year back. And across all the big rating agencies, I think if you're looking at something called investment grade default, it would possibly be less than 1 year, or less than 1%. It's one of the best among all the industries that I have dealt with. It's one of the best industries in terms of a very strict definition of what constitutes a default or a failed rating. So the thing, of course, has been multifold. Why it has been there? One, of course, is that by and large, I wouldn't say that there have been no gaps at all. By and large, the payment track records have been reasonably satisfactory. There have been periods, some states defaulting on certain categories of asset in terms of payment. But by and large, what we have seen is that the regulators have played a fairly positive role in the sense that they have said that once you enter into a contract, once project energy dispatch starts, then you can't really go back saying that the prices have come down or you have become too expensive. By and large, the regulators have cracked down on that, and discoms have also by and large paid. And after the implementation of this LPSC mechanism, even whether it's even whether it's thermal, solar, anyone, almost everyone is getting paid within the stipulated time period. Second very big development which has taken place is, as I mentioned in my first address, on the fundamental cost competitiveness. Now, when we started, solar used to be 17, now it's mid 2 rupees. Now, one can argue that it's not an apple-to-apple comparison with thermal because thermal is available. But even if you make an adjustment for that, if we were to provide, a mix of wind and solar along with storage, possibly my sense is that even after stripping away all subsidy and other things, the gap is not something which is going to be very significant. So we have almost more or less come to a point where renewable energy can stand without any crutches. Of course, there are issues. Obviously, we have added so much solar that it does put some kind of a pressure on the grid. But as the storage providers are going to get more, going to set up more and more projects, which will be a mixed up pump storage, which will be battery, battery storage will be there. Now we have seen that, NTPC is trying to introduce another technology which is compressed air batteries. Obviously, these are new, technologies, but over a period of time, that, uncertainty is also going to go away. So, from a rating perspective, I can say that as long as renewable energy, as long as any green technology is becoming cost competitive on its own merit, we are quite positive about it. Now, of course, there are other areas, for example, compressed biogas. Now, of course, it's in a way, it has been mentioned here that, people are still, difficult to get funding for those. But then obviously these are new technologies. I mean, this is something which is, if for example, if I have to look, if I understand correct, compressed biogas is being, the offtake price is about 62 or 63 rupees a kg. Yeah. So if we are to compare, let's suppose with, let's say, crude oil price of, let's say, $80 a barrel, maybe the difference is only about 15-20%. Maybe if we were to, strip away all, subsidies, taxes. So it's coming well within, well within the, affordability index. As long as the, this continues on the affordability path, all these technologies, I think ratings and getting funds should not be an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar, and thank you to all my fellow panelists. Though I thought I will be able to ask them 2 questions, but somehow we started late, but then still we have taken almost 45, 50 minutes. I will still take the liberty of opening the session to the House. If you have any questions, 1 or 2, 3 quick questions we can take. Please, sir.
Actually, it's a good question. We have not seen a single PPA into a default situation at all because, first of all, the contractual provisions are pretty clear. And the second is, even at the prices at which people have contracted the PPAs, ab initio, when the contracts were done, there is a saving that is available to the customer. So typically when we do any contract, we ensure that there is an economic value to that contract for the customer. So for example, most of the industrial customers would save anywhere up to 30% of the energy prices, which otherwise if they buy from the grid, we would be cheaper by 30% at the minimum. Commercial customers would be cheaper by 40 to 50% because the tariffs are higher. Now the question is that, has the grid tariff come down by 30%? The answer is no. Since that has not happened, it's unlikely to happen. With higher and higher, still we have higher thermal in the grid component. Until that changes through a very high level of renewable penetration, and then the average cost of supply coming down and APPC coming down, and it is unlikely to happen. We have done the modeling until 2030. We don't see that happening at all. So the customers are always benefiting. So if they default, then we have the ability to sell the power to another customer who's happy to take the power. In fact, we have customers who come back for repeat business. They come back for second, third, fourth, fifth project like that. So we don't have any situation where any customers ever defaulted.
And does their rating get affected if they default?
If they default to us, I don't think their rating gets affected, because we are an operational creditor for them. They're not a financial creditor, as Mr. Mazumdar would explain. So then we will have to, if our SPV is MSAB registered, and if they don't pay us within 45 days, we can go back and they have to pay them twice the penalty, which they would not want to pay. So people don't generally default.
Sir, I'll take one more question, and then I think we will take it offline.
Sir, my question is with Alok sir. As you mentioned that there is a possibility by using that kind of motor drives and regulations for heavy duty vehicles. So my question is, does changeover from current standards to suggested standards of motors and this, does this activity is eligible for carbon credits? Or is there any process by which we can link them for credits?
I don't think if you make a standard, then it's a business as usual, you don't get, because what is baseline is revised, I don't think it will get carbon credits. It will not.
Any by which, because?
No, say once it is a legal standard, you have to comply with the law. So then it is not your choice, it's a business as usual. I don't think it will get.
Sir, I'll request, because there is a lot of pressure on organizers also to schedule it in time, and we are already late by 1 hour. Now I'd like to thank all the panelists for their expert views on this, and thank all the audience also for being interactive. Would like to thank them, and let us give them a big round of applause.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for the session 1. I would like to request you to kindly be on stage, and would like to request Jyoti sir to kindly come and felicitate our guest. First, the photograph, please. Wait. Photograph. For the felicitation, would like to begin with Mr. K.S. Popley sir, former CMD REDA. Thank you for being a part of the summit, sir. Then Mr. Manikam Sangameshwaram, ED and CEO, Radiance Renewables Private Limited. Now Mr. Sabyasachi Majumdar, Senior Director, CareEdge. Mr. Alok Kumar, former Secretary, Ministry of Power and Director, the Lantau Group. Now Mr. Pravastu Rambabu, CSO, Greenco Group and Advisor, World Bank. Request everyone to please clapping. Thank you. We all are energized for the next summit, for the next session of the summit. Thanks. The second session of the summit, the theme of the session is the road ahead for EVs, how financial institutions and investors are engineering the future. Our session on the road ahead for EVs, how financial institutions and investors are engineering the future, today delve into India's ambitious targets to revolutionize transportation with electric vehicles, aiming for 30% of private cars, 70% of commercial vehicles, 40% of buses, and 80% in 2- and 3-wheelers to be electric by 2030. As we explore the financial landscape shaping this transition, we will examine the hurdles such as information gaps among financiers, high investment risk, evolving technologies, and the significant capital patience required. We'll also look at the challenges facing the development of a robust charging infrastructure and fluctuating demands and financial constraints. Join us as we uncover the innovative financial strategies and interventions needed to propel the EV market forward. Now I would like to extend the invitation to our panelists to begin with. Our moderator, Mr. Yashpal Sachar, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Ashok Leyland. May I request everyone to kindly bring their hands together for our second session panelist. Mr. Sachar, Vice President, Corporate Affairs at Ashok Leyland, leverages his engineering background and MBA from the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, to enhance working relations with key stakeholders and guide corporate strategy. We welcome you, sir. Our second speaker of the session is Mr. Sunil Bhatnagar, CXO, Lithium Project, IPL Tech Electric Private Limited. Mr. Bhatnagar is an ex-Indian Air Force pilot with 30 years of leadership experience and extensive expertise in lithium batteries and zero-emission electric trucks. Currently, he is the National President of Zero Emissions at the Indian Federation of Electric Vehicles and holds positions on several battery and energy committees. We welcome you, sir. Our third speaker is Mr. Nikhil Anand Khurana, Managing Director, Fox Motor Private Limited. He is a visionary entrepreneur who, from a very young age, pioneered the XEV concept, creating the globally patented hybrid regen drive system. Today, he leads his company in transforming India's automotive landscape, making electric retrofit solutions accessible and championing a sustainable future. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and be a part of this summit. We are highly grateful for your presence. Our next speaker is Dr. R.K. Singh, CGM SIDBI. Dr. Singh is Chief General Manager at SIDBI's Green Climate Financial Vertical, focuses on enhancing the MSME landscape through initiatives like digital access, cluster development, and CSR. His leadership in green financing aligns with India's Panchamrit and NDC goals, developing financial strategies and risk mitigation models for sustainable enterprise growth. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. We welcome you. Can we have a huge round of applause for the panelists, everyone? Thank you. Our next speaker who's going to join the session is Mr. Vivek Jain, co-founder and CBO, Stride Green Capital. He holds a robust 16-year background in wholesome banking at HDFC, ICICI, and IDFC First Bank, specializing in EV financing and leasing. His expertise spans managing corporate relations and structured finance, significantly contributing to startup financing initiatives and leading investment strategies at Stride Ventures. We welcome you, sir. Our
Final speaker for the session is Mr. Uday Narang, Chairman in Omega Group and Omega Seki Mobility. Mr. Narang, the visionary founder of Omega Seki Mobility, a leading name in India's clean energy sector. Since 2018, he has stirred OSM to pioneer integrated sustainable mobility solutions, focusing on eco-friendly transportation and smart engineering to address air pollution and enhance driver incomes. So now the panel is complete for the discussion, and I would like to hand over the mic to our moderator.
Thank you so very much. We are running almost 1 hour late, so we will have time pressure. Almost, I feel 5 minutes for each one of us. Before I start, all the targets being mentioned for 2030 looks achievable, barring one, which was commercial vehicle was said as 70%, and 3 of us are from commercial vehicle almost. So I believe N1 category, which is the small below 3.5 ton, we have kind of 2 dozen to 3 dozen kind of models at different price points. So there, I believe it is kind of still, yes, achievable. But for the medium and heavy commercial vehicle, which is 3.5 to 7.5 and till 55 ton, we have begun kind of, yes, of course, now there are products, application-based products, and but yes, it will be still kind of in a single digit as a kind of penetration for electric vehicles. But yes, good part is for this discussion now we have with us in our team bankers, SIDBI, who are already helping us. We have from after sales side, retrofitment side aspect is also covered, and kind of a panel is well designed to cover all 360-degree kind of thing for the discussion. So I would like to start maybe with Mr. Bhatnagar. So since the target for commercial vehicle is being said as so high, so maybe you can have 4-5 minutes to talk about your organization, about yourself, 30 seconds and something like about the topic. And I would request, please do not repeat what has been said earlier, and consider that audience is very intelligent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Satar. See, I am from IPL Tech Electric Private Limited. This is a Murugupa Group company, and we make heavy-duty electric trucks. Heavy-duty electric trucks means 55-ton trucks, comes in N3 category. So this is one division of our company. The main parent company is TI Mobility. Under TI Mobility, we do 3-wheelers, passenger, cargo, and small SCV, tractors, electric tractors, and all that. But I am from IPL Tech, where we do heavy-duty electric trucks. We started this project around 3.5 years back, when there was no push in the market, but we thought that this thing will come in a big way. And today we are seeing the result. It has come in a big way now. So we started with some retrofitment, then we started with the fresh trucks, and then we sold quite a lot of trucks to heavy industries, cement plants, steel industry, aluminum industry, and all that, where the heavy usage is there. But still they are not on highways. They are still in the closed loop because of charging infra and all those things basically. And to give thrust to Make in India, we have put up our own battery assembly plant of 2.2 gigawatt hour. Both the plants are in Manesar here. I am in battery industry for last 30 years. So I am dealing with, earlier I have dealt with a lot of 2-wheeler companies, 3-wheeler companies, tractor companies. So we have a deep exposure that how this EV is now picking up. For last 12 years, I am only in lithium domain, and I am director with some Chinese companies also earlier, and now mostly with the Indian companies. So this momentum is there, and this momentum I am watching from the beginning when the prices were 25,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. Now it has come to close to 8,000, 9,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. So you can see the massive change in the price strategy, in the volumes, in the upcoming EV policies by the government, the initial schemes like FAME 1, FAME 2, and then PLI, and now ACC for the battery industry. So these schemes are very welcome, and close to 50,000 crore rupees of schemes are there in the domain. So it is a big boost basically for electric vehicles, and seeing to the decarbonization and all the things, it is very important aspect to go for this thing. So around 3% of heavy duty electric trucks which are running on road, they contribute around 34% of the pollution, road pollution. right? So it is a heavy pollution just by 3% of the population. So we are addressing that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I talk about numbers, we are close to 10 lakh market in terms of commercial vehicle. And for buses, it is about 1.8 million buses are running on the roads, about 18 lakhs, out of which maybe 10%, 180,000, 1,80,000 is about STUs, what they run. So there's a big business. 50,000 bus schemes is kind of known to all of us. You must have read in the media. But yes, besides kind of new bus replacement with electric, we also have among us kind of stakeholders who are also working on retrofitment part of it. So I would like to invite Mr. Nikhil Anand Khurana, and please give him a big round of applause. Even though he was injured, he has kind of made it up. Go on, please.
Well, with the past experience of 15 years into this EV mobility systems, I mean, I remember about back in 2010, 2011 when the e-mobility wasn't as focused upon the last mile mobility or any sort of passenger car and the electric bus and in terms of commercial vehicle segment. I mean, we always say before 2015, e-rickshaw was a rickshaw but not an EV. And I remember that time, 2011, 2012, I invented a technology platform for pass car segments in the terms of hybrid electric powertrain platform, which is based on a manual transmission. And we always envisaged how really these third world countries like India, which is trying to move into the first world countries as developing nation in the terms of as well as renewable energy coming up with. And when we started our company in 2016 with a foray into the commercial investments going into this retrofitment as a product category and as a draft standard starting from 2013 at ARI and Mr. Road Transport and Highways, we saw in 2016 that, okay, now the government is really looking forward to the expansion and evolution of this product category. And till 2020, we have been able to scale up our operations and develop an all-new XEV powertrain solution, which could convert regular cars into hybrid electric cars. And with this, in the year 21, when we saw that state governments like Delhi government coming up with new provisions, say about bringing in 10-year-old diesel cars and 15-year-old petrol cars with the implication of these electric kits to be implied on the roads again. I mean, we don't just see the life extension as a key part of it, but we also see how this solution as a retrofitment and the entire EV supply chain could really be consolidated and how we aggregate the demand for certain systems and components as we grew our order book in the terms of B2B procurement and distribution of critical systems and components, including energy storage systems, electronic manufacturing services, powertrain platforms, as well as system integration services. And with the green investments making EV as an asset class, we are bringing in a new innovation in the AIF structures where probably we could consolidate, say, about 4 key system suppliers to be able to solve this 50% domestic value addition in the PLI incentives and the compliances to be. And where we also seeing a very strong demand in the demand aggregation across the value chain in terms of wholesale financing and retail financing, where our focus is to play a very pivotal role here in this entire EV as a subsector to a larger auto sector, how we are seeing it growing from a 4 lakh crore to a 10 lakh crore, and how we could see new asset class could be defined as in the ecosystem to be a major contributor to the Indian economy with its target of becoming $5 trillion by 2025, and we are very close to that, and maybe somewhere by 2030 we are seeing some inclusions where we could invite FDI for this critical EV supply chain, where we could grow our order books in terms of going ahead with making India as a global supplier when we say EV should be the technology pioneer for here in India? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Khurana-ji. Now I would like to talk to you about Omega City. It has done extremely well in this EV space, and we have with us Uday Narangji, who will talk about ex-investment banker turned kind of entrepreneur and how he did so extremely well in this new space. So over to you, please.
First of all, really happy to be here, you know, AFAI, and I think it's a very, very important topic. When I heard that, you know, there's going to be some chat about green finance and investment, this is one of the most important part of today's, you know, this is what we need to fix if we want to make this country green and clean. First of all, thank you so much for your kind words, Yashpalji. I just, you know, I was definitely a hedge fund manager for a long time between US and Europe, and I lost my way. I think I must have lost my way on the sea to come back to India. And I'll be honest, you know, it's been one of those rides where, you know, I would tell everybody, you know, in this EV business, it's free entry and exit. There's a free entry, but watch for the exits. The exits are not so easy here. It's a long-term game. It's a very, very, you know, it's a very lonely game, but I'll be honest, when I see Sunil Ji and I see Yashpal Ji and a lot of Vivek and all, Sidbi's done such great work, and we've had a lot of startups come in. This is an important, for me, it's not just about OSM, it's about making this country cleaner and greener. You know, when we see, you know, in this journey over the last 7 to 8 years, you know, we've seen Sunil Ji's talking about back then, you know, to do 55-ton trucks would have been just, you know, totally crazy. Yesterday I got an opportunity to see personally those Tata trucks, you know, with hydrogen, right? So I mean, that's a step even further from what we're doing right now, even though right now I think we don't have that ecosystem for, you know, for doing those things. But I think the government is thinking, the industry is thinking. You know, I would say one of the most important part of this journey is finance, finance, and finance. And I think, you know, one of the concerns that I have, and we've had many discussions with Sunil Ji, Vivek Ji, Yashpal Ji on this matter, is, you know, the financing cost of EVs are very, very high. I mean, most of those, you know, we work on the three-wheeler, the LCVs. I mean, most of these trucks, and even Sunil Ji, the 55-ton, most of these are leased. Nobody's buying it, financed, leased. Nobody's buying these on cash. And I think, you know, if you go out and look at an ICE vehicle versus a, you know, EV business, I think the cost of financing is extremely high. There are multiple reasons. I mean, I really, you know, we've worked with Sidbi. Sidbi's done some super work, and they continue, you know, I didn't get paid by Sidbi, but I want to say I've had a great, great experience working with Sidbi and the work that they have done and the leadership that they are taking, you and multiple other players. But I think what we need to do, clearly, we need to find a secondary market for EVs. I think, you know, for me, you know, that 1.4 billion people, you know, we want to lift them up. We really got to make sure, you know, that financing cost, you know, from between 17 to 25%, whatever you want to say. I think charging that amount of money to people that are earning 500 rupees a day, I think, you know, 500 to 1,000 is a bit not fair, right? And I think this is where I don't think we can only ask the government, but I think it has to be a public-private partnership. We've got to be able to find, and a secondary market. I'll be honest, Sunilji, I've been working continuously on how do I develop a secondary market for 3.2 LCVs where, you know, if there is a secondary market, financiers are going to be a lot more comfortable. We're going to have SIDBI, State Banks of India come in and give more financing. And I'm not just talking about, you know, we talk about Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Bharat Mata Ki Jai tab hogi jab we are going to be able to put tier 2, 3, 4 cities on the map with a much, much bigger EV. And a non, cannot just be, could be EV, could be hydrogen, could be non, you know, I don't only want to, you know, only talk about EV. I think in this country now, there is sort of a philosophy that we really need to be able to use more and more alternate energy products. You know, Transport Minister Gadkari ji has been a big We are getting highways. I am, Sunilji, a little bit, I'm always impatient. I am a little bit disappointed that the highways need to get better charging. Your 55-ton trucks should be all across the country. Ashok Leyland, all of the players that are out there. We should see more effective work on trucks now. I think 2-3 wheeler ki game chal chuki hai. TCO model kaam kar raha hai. I think there's a lot, but I think there has to be more focus on the 1, 3.5, 7-ton and the 55-ton. I think, but you saw one thing was very clear at the Bharat Mobility Show. You saw everybody come out, and to me, what's the biggest thing is, when the big boys and girls come to the party, startups, they काम कर लेंगे, बीच में कई बचेंगे, कई नहीं बचेंगे. लेकिन when Bajaj ji, जब Murugappa, Ashok Leyland, Switch, Tata, everybody's coming. That means, the ecosystem is going to be built. We have to build the village. It's not about, we can't compare ourselves to China, right? Where they are on EV or hydrogen. But I do believe, I think we need to build a village. जब तक village नहीं बनेगा, sir, अकेले चलते रहेंगे ना, तो success नहीं मिलेगी, P&L नहीं आएगा, markets reward नहीं करेंगे. इसमें financing का बहुत important है. They're one of the very, very important stakeholders. We as companies have to work together because अब क्या है, स्केल लाना पड़ेगा. जब तक स्केल नहीं आएगा, बट नागर जी, मैंने आपसे पहले भी बात करी, nobody is going to make any money. And Ashok, if we don't make any money, you're not going to be able to get the scale. So I think this is the need of the hour. I think there has to be more conversation. There has to be more effort, whether it is national, international. There has to be more money that needs to come into this space. And I think at the end of the day, Bharat Mata ki jai tab hogi, tab hamare jo lower level of people are going to get lifted. Then only, I mean, we can talk about a 3 trillion economy. We can talk about the third largest. I don't know about the equity markets these days, a little bit wobbly right now. But what I want to say, we've got to focus on bringing this. And I hope, Yashpal ji, I got enough energy left to keep up with you young guys, over the next 50 years to be able to bring this and making sure that financing is available and we see green plates, not just in the bigger cities, but jab tak ye pure desh mein, tier 2, 3, 4, let's talk about those. Let's get them there and let's build the ecosystem, right, of service, spare parts, and having enough engineers understand. You put a vehicle in tier 3 city, itne engineers hi nahi hai jinko EV ke bare mein pata hai. ठीक है ना, आपका ट्रक अगर कोई टियर 4 सिटी में फंस जाए तो वहां कितने लोग हैं जो उसको ठीक करेंगे, तो फिर लॉजिस्टिक प्लेयर का टैट खराब हो जाता है. सो आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, but I think financing is very important. Sorry, I'm a bit passionate about this subject. I think that maybe if I took a little bit extra time, but Yashpal ji, I won't wait. I will never waste an opportunity to move this country towards greener and cleaner. Thank you very much.
Needs a big applause. In this hall, we have people with big pockets, and morning time also we saw. So, and we need money. Firstly, to touch upon what it was mentioned just before. Now, trucks are available not only at every tonnage, they are also available at different applications. For example, Ashok Leyland alone displayed for seaport applications. There's a market of 4,000 trucks per year. So we have a target next year, something like 400 to 500 trucks for seaport application alone, electric trucks, 55-tonner, should be sold. Those kind of organizations have created teams specifically for new technology product sales. So before I bring our big pocket players to the discussion, if I give perspective, with the first 50,000 buses, the OEM said enough. Our balance sheets, our assets, liabilities too high. So if we are talking going forward of 1.8 million, 18 lakh buses, then where the money will come from? So we have two big kind of Mr. Singh, over to you first. Where the big money will come from? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, like SEDBI, everybody would be knowing we make entrepreneurs. And we make them walk from setting up to stepping up journey. That is what, and for that, we try to keep the pulse and keep measuring it so that we align, customize, and then work on it. As a market maker, because we are a unique institution, as Sir also mentioned in the last session as moderating. As a DFI, D comes before F, right? So we have a development embedded financing. So that brings a edge on what we offer on table. Coming to green financing, so we have been working on this since 2005-6, working on energy efficiency side. But since 2022, we have set up a green financing vertical. And we carry a mantra that financing the green will not happen unless you green the financing. Unless you embed the environment and social governance aspects into lending, it would appear to be a complex thing to finance, but that is what we are trying to simplify, if we are conscious about ESG, the financing can be easier. So we have 5 missions aligned to Panchamrit. We call it Panch Tattva. So we work on mission E, energy efficiency, mission EV, electrical vehicles, then RE, and then we are working on C and adaptation. C is circular economy. The idea is these 5 are prioritized segments and we should be working on it. Coming to EV, we try to align this EV agenda adopted by the country. And we started a program, 50K EV for Eco, which is we would work on bringing 50,000 vehicles on road, 2 3-wheelers. And the idea was we'll provide support to NBFCs who are upcoming but focus on green financing. Then we would also provide MSMEs who want to go for EV. So we started with a theme for EV. हर उद्यमी के साथ ईवी के पास ईवी, राइट? या तो उद्यमी खरीद के चलाए ईवी, या उद्यमी एग्रीगेटर्स एंड जो कंपनीज हैं उनसे ईवी को अवेल करें और ईवी से अलाइन हो. So this is what is the mission we have woven. So I would cover it in 5 again segments. This is financing, development, thought leadership, risk mitigant models, and because as flagged by colleague panelists, the risk is there, the perceived risk is there. How do you convert this risk into brisk walk is what we try to work on. And the last is synergy for energy, collaborating with everyone who is working on this. So we started this journey by interacting with 1,000 stakeholders pan-India, and understood that what is required in terms of battery, the charging points, charging stations, then different models, how do they find funding. Now, unless the bankability is established, the bankers would not look for the project, right? So for that, we first started working on risk sharing facility. Risk sharing facility is different from normal credit guarantee in the sense that whatever models which are upcoming, like today through risk sharing facility backup, we have supported battery as a service, aggregator model, subscription model, you name it. I think if new models are there by startups or MSMEs or aggregators, I think we would have picked them up and supported. Now what we do in this is we first do the technical evaluation, technical validation of the model, and give the backup support to the lender that we have seen the technical side of it. You do the financial appraisal, and then we'll give you coverage for funding this. Now for 2 3-wheelers and even 4-wheeler cars and all, we started this risk sharing facility where the entity which is anchoring it would provide 3% first loss, and the facility would provide for the next 10%, 75% second loss, right? So that way, because here the model was more of, it was like a basket-based risk sharing for 2 3-wheelers. So we worked on this model. We are working with the stakeholders to work out a risk sharing facility for buses and truck segment also. The idea is that yes, this is very important, crucial, and I think we should be promoting innovative models coming up in this segment. We have also supported, as I mentioned earlier, few NBFCs which were new and have provided risk sharing backup so that they are able to leverage additional funding from other institutions. Coming to set B, the financing, the green part, we have only 2 schemes because we don't want to make it complex and why people should remember schemes. So we have made it only 2 schemes. One is green financing scheme, which covers all the 5 missions which I mentioned, including EV. Another is 4E, which is end-to-end energy efficiency financing. There we work more on the energy efficiency side of it. Simple. Why anybody should get trouble? You walk in, talk about what you want to do, and we will try to align and customize the way it can be done. And within financing, I will quickly cover. Now, Government of India has come out with a scheme which SEDBI is implementing. It is called GIFT and SPICE. GIFT is for green investment for transformation, where all green investments, including the EV part, if it is going, there is a 2% interest subvention available. Initially, we piloted this, we matured it, and now we have onboarded 25 lenders on this scheme. So you can go to your banker, get this, and get coverage of 2% interest subvention. SPICE is for waste management circular economy side, and there is a subsidy available for capital investments. For loans up to 50 lakhs, you can get subsidy of 12.5 lakhs for your investments in waste management side. Now, SEDBI is also setting up. We have recently entered into agreement with we have got sanction from Green Climate Fund, $200 million, and we'll be leveraging this to set up $1 billion facility. And EV would have a share of around 20% in the kitty. So the idea is that those 5 missions, we are prioritizing EV equally out there. And then so this is a broad thing. If anybody wants to understand it more, you just type green portal and it will, you will on the Google, you can get access to the portal and it will give you that how do you go about doing it. Within SEDBI, what we have done is we have digitized the journey of green loans. Up to 3 crore loan, anybody can walk in and log in and then apply for loan. Initially, it is for existing enterprises, but soon we would be coming out with new enterprises also going for it. But what we have done is we have embedded 890 technology plant lists into this digital journey. And the person who is hopping on the journey need not know that whether I am going for green or not green. It will guide them to go green. So that is what we are trying to make ease. For different segments, we have created tools also for appraising officers, solar, EV, wind, everything. We have created a tool so that the officer moves on a structured journey rather than remembering that what should I see, what should I not see. And quickly, the thought leadership, we have set up a platform, Green Indian Financial System with AFD France. The idea is to build capacity of bankers as also the aspirants, create awareness. Both sides need equal exposure and awareness, and that is why they can appreciate each other's sort of activity. And coming to collaborations, if you are working in this space, even if you have not got funded, we would be in touch with you. So that is what because learning for us is very important to customize offerings which are there on the table. I will stop here because generally financing gets the last chance, but financing will last the journey. That is important.
Okay. Yeah. Before I bring Mr. Vivek Chan, let me, on behalf of auto industry, share some facts. We as the auto ecosystem, component manufacturers, we export 1/3 of the component exports are going to Europe. 1/3 of it is going to US. So we are kind of established in terms of EV space through our component industry. The auto OEMs have also started exports of EV vehicles. We are, as Ashok learned, we are supplying 100 buses to Mauritius. We are kind of well established in terms of quality. But still, when it comes to financing, if I am buying a kind of say 2-ton electric truck versus 2-ton ICE truck, the interest difference is still 3%. So what auto industry needs to do more to bring confidence so that the interest rates, what we call it as green finance, I will still call it as red or yellow. When it will come below the ice, then I will call it as a green finance. So with this tough background, I am giving it to Mr. Vivek Jain. When it will come below ice, the kind of, over to you.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vivek. I'm co-founder of Stride Green. I have led close to $150 million of transactions only in investing in the climate tech space. Largely, out of that 150 million, I would say it was electric vehicle ecosystem, right from OEMs to the battery swapping networks, to the largest last mile delivery platforms, to the largest ride hailing platform, which is focused only on EV, to a couple of charge point operators and telematic service providers, essentially covering the whole ecosystem. And that's where we realized that coming to the specific point that we have been trying to address, that why lenders are not able to maybe, one, take those decisions which they are able to take in case of ICE quicker. Second, at the right price point, they are not able to do. And the reason that we kind of understood was, one is the residual value estimation. So as compared to ICE, in an electric vehicle, the residual value estimation is dependent on a good or a bad driving or a charging behavior, because you have those curves of degradation which are there for the battery. And lenders are not comfortable or are not aware about how to know the residual value of a particular asset. So that was one of the challenge which we have been seeing across the lenders, be it lenders or lessors. It's the same right now. And the second is the secondary market, which G also alluded to. Secondary market for commercial vehicles on the EV side is now being developed. We are seeing the first crop of electric vehicles, which were the smaller form factors, that is your two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers, now coming to their end of first life. And that is where we are seeing a lot of challenge which is there from a lender's perspective. So what happens for a lender if they want to repossess their asset, if they want to redeploy it, repurpose it? So these are the challenges that have been there, and that's what we have created Stride Green for. So what we have done is that we have created a technology platform, essentially, which enables financing for lenders and leasing companies. We have integrated with all the OEMs, including right from two-wheeler OEMs to three-wheeler, four-wheeler, the larger form factors, which includes buses and trucks. We have enabled close to 2,000 assets already in the last 3 quarters through this platform. And what we have done is, at the same time, we have integrated with the end-of-life value providers. We have integrated with a couple of service providers, so that from a lender's perspective as well as from a financing perspective, you have that kind of a confidence when you are financing a EV, that all the challenges that are being solved for the ICE is already also taken care of for the EV ecosystem. That's what our intent at Stride Green is. And we are working with all the OEMs that are on the platform right now. We are working very closely with a couple of DFIs, couple of larger global funds, to enable more financing into this sector. And banks and NBFCs are already on the platform to whom we are enabling these services across, I would say, right from driver cum owners, which is the base of the commercial ecosystem for us, and to small fleet operators who want to migrate from a ICE-based fleet to a EV-based fleet, to a large fleet operators. We work with all the aggregators, right from food delivery platforms to quick commerce platforms to the maybe the e-com delivery platforms, as well as to the traditional players, where we see a lot of 55 tonners, 19 tonners, 14 tonners now being deployed, which we are actively working on. So the whole ecosystem, the way we see it, why we have not been able to maybe bring down the cost is largely because the ecosystem is working in silos, where you have different players, OEMs, then financiers, then aggregators, and the deployers or the off-takers or the consumers of that particular vehicle. They are working in silos. That's what we are trying to bring together by creating those structures for them. So I think this is what can bring down the cost, this is what we, can enable the financing for this sector.
Thank you, AFAI, to bring us together, because commercial vehicle is the kind of most challenging part, and our collaboration will also be intense to electrify. And per kilowatt hour, if some subsidy is to be given, the contribution towards emission control will be highest if it is given to commercial vehicle. That's the kind of, because 3% contributes more than 40% of the pollution. With this, we all are here. We can interact with you over lunch. Thank you once again. We can interact with you any question answer session. Yeah, thank you later.
Thank you so much, our esteemed speakers. I guess we still have some room for question answers. If anyone wants to ask any question.
Okay, ladies first.
Okay, Akshit in the front, please. Can you pass the mic in the front? Okay, Ujjwal is there. Okay.
Hi, discussing thank you for the great comments, but looking at the secondaries market and considering the high costs of batteries in terms of all of these vehicles, as well as how that can be limiting in terms of long-range trips, what role do you see for swappable batteries in terms of building out this ecosystem and increasing adoption of EV vehicles across the board?
Can you introduce yourself first?
Starling Sharma from Green Auto.
I think, look, if you don't mind, we've been doing a lot of work in swapping, madam, with Sun, we're working with Honda also. I think, I've worked with swapping now for a long, long time. The biggest concern with swapping is infrastructure, right? And I think you must be aware. And so I think, we believe that there is a room and the cost of vehicle. Battery prices are going downtown. I mean, from where battery, Bhatnagar, Sunilji can talk about that, from where we've come to, from $200 a kilowatt hour to where we are today. But what I want to say is absolutely, in my view, and madam, it's not about just battery swapping. Any technology that brings, India is a very cost-centric market. This is not US or Europe. Where we have got 100K cars. I think battery swapping saves 30%. I think even on e-trucks, there's a possibility. But the biggest problem that I find is the infrastructure. And we've gone through a horrendous time where we put a very significant amount of vehicles and there was not enough. But I'll tell you, things are changing. Sun has done a great amount of work. They've got a huge investment from IOCL. You're going to see a huge amount of. But again and again, I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, India is not just about Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. India is in rural. So to get swapping there, to get the scale, and so again, we believe that swapping has a role, but I do believe that until we can get it to tier 2, 3, 4 cities, we won't be able to get the scale. In the cities of Delhi, Bangalore, right now. Really, that's the only two. I think there's more work done in other cities, but Delhi and Bangalore are the only two cities where swapping is in for scale. I do see room for it. I do see, because it brings cost effectiveness, and I'm a big supporter of swap. But I do tell you, until I see the infrastructure, we've got to be really careful, because the customers will make our life miserable. They don't go to the battery suppliers. They come to the OEM, and they just make our life miserable. So I've been through this very hard road. We bring it in on passenger also, and I'm a big supporter of swap, and I want to see more of it. Maybe Bhatnagarji, you want to add to it?
I agree with Udayji what he said. I just want to add 2 points additional to that. One is most of the vehicles which are coming with the fixed battery, so after your 3 to 5 years of life, you can use it in a second life. So you can use in energy storage devices or inverters or power backups. Because battery has not gone bad actually, the average has reduced. Earlier maybe it is giving 100 kilometers, after 3 years it is giving 80 kilometers. So the average is low, so guy want to change. So you can use in second life. Second, about swapping, it is a very good concept, but standardization in swapping has still not happened. You have to standardize all the batteries first, basically. Now what is happening, a particular brand is doing swapping for a particular brand. So getting it all over, all along India is very difficult basically. If we have a GoGro type of model where swapping is easily for everybody, then it becomes very useful case. And the third part is that your TCO. When we talk of the bigger vehicles, I'm not talking of two-wheeler, three-wheeler, where swapping is very easy and very good thing basically to do because it is a small battery of 1.2 to 1.8 kilowatt hour. But if you talk of the bigger vehicles like trucks and all that, then your TCO will come in play because these are commercial vehicles where cost per kilometer is very important. And if you charge at your facility, the cost is very low. And if you go with a swap model or some outside charging, then the cost is very high. Then again, you have to look for the TCO. Thank you.
Just one thing,
Yeah, I mean,
Sunilji. We worked really, really hard on making sure that the homologations between all of the different swap players. And I'll tell you, man, we worked on it about a year. And honestly, nobody wanted to work together. So this is a problem. I'm just going to raise that. We worked, we worked very hard. Even Niti Aayog gave up on it. But anyway, this is a subject for another day.
Thank you. So as a conclusion, we all are in for swappable battery system. With this, my request will be, we are in between the lunch. So please, we can have offline syncs up and other two gentlemen from here, we can have it offline. Thank you so much, organizers.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this session and making it very interactive and insightful. Now, I would like to request Yashpal sir to kindly felicitate our panel speakers. Yeah. To begin with, Mr. Sunil Bhatnagar, CXO Lithium Project. Everyone, please keep clapping and bringing your hands together. Then Mr. Nikhil Anand Khurana, Managing Director, Fox Motor. Now Mr. R.K. Singh, CGM SIDBI. Mr. Vivek Jain, co-founder and CBO Stride Green Capitals. Mr. Uday Narang. And I would like to request Ashish sir to kindly felicitate Yashpal Sachar sir. Well, it's time for a group photo for this panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this summit. Now we are heading for the lunch, and we'll gather around 2:15, and then we'll proceed with session 3. Thank you so much, everyone. There's also an announcement for everyone's attention, please. Hello? Yeah. Someone from us has lost their spectacles. So if you anywhere find a spectacle that does not belong to you, kindly give it to me, please. Thank you. We'll reassemble at 2:15 to begin with the sessions. Thank you. Hello?
Check, 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 one, check, 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 check.
Hello? Yeah. the National Summit and Climate Awards. 25 Green Finance and Investments achieving net zero by 2070. Pathways for the next clean tech unicorns. Funding India's growing climate. Funding India's growing clean energy sector. Welcome to our session titled As we project into the future where clean tech needs. I request Team AFAI to kindly escort all the attendees and speakers in the multipurpose hall. We are about to begin with the session. I request Team AFAI to kindly escort all the speakers and attendees of the session to the multipurpose hall. Hello. A very good afternoon to everyone. And I, Anupriya Dobal, welcome you on behalf of the Association of Financial Advisors of India to the third session of our National Summit. Our third session is on pathways for the next clean tech unicorns funding India's growing clean energy sector. As we project into the future where clean tech leads as the primary global power source by 2050, today's discussion focuses on the critical funding landscape of Indian clean tech MSMEs. Despite the enormous potential, these ventures face significant challenges, including rigorous due diligence processes and the need to refine their business models for scalability. We will explore strategies to navigate these obstacles and unlock the potential of these emerging clean energy stars. To know more, I would like to extend my invitation to our panel of speakers now, beginning with our moderator, Mr. Rohit Kumar. May I request everyone to kindly please bringing up the ethos and Mr. Rohit Kumar, Secretary General of Carbon Market Association of India, brings over 2 decades of experience in project development, policy formation and sustainability. His achievements include organizing Swachh Bharat campaigns and earning recognition from India's top officials and the UN for his sustainability efforts. Mr. Kumar is a notable figure in B2B, B2C and B2G initiatives and has been honored twice in the Limca Book of World Records for the largest green initiatives. We welcome you, sir. To join him for today's session, our second speaker is Mr. Shantanu Chaturvedi, VP Transition VC.
Mr. Shantanu is an experienced innovator with a demonstrated history of working in the startup ecosystem. His core competencies lie in scaling early stage ventures, technology development roadmap, facilitation, and innovation. He is a strong technologist with vast experience in evaluating technologies from the startup perspective in various verticals like EV, renewables, IoT, agri-tech, and others. He is an expert in acquiring robust market-ready technologies from a concept level and scaling them in a market. We welcome you, sir. To join our panel, the third speaker for today is Ms. Starlin Sharma, co-founder and managing partner, Green Eartha. Ms. Starlin brings extensive experience from global capital markets and entrepreneurship to drive climate solutions. Previously the founding CEO of AIC Sangam, India's first government-recognized clean tech incubator, she has also managed significant assets as a portfolio manager in New York. Currently, she contributes as consulting climate editor for Business India and leads the Clean Tech Women's Innovation Network. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next speaker for the panel is Mr. Karan Mehta, Principal, Green Frontier Capital. Mr. Mehta, a principal at Green Frontier Capital, is a seasoned venture capitalist with a deep commitment to sustainability, using his extensive financial expertise to foster growth in eco-friendly initiatives. His career highlights a passionate dedication to innovative, sustainable solutions, positioning him as a key figure in environmental advocacy and venture capital. We welcome you, sir. Our final speaker for the panel is Mr. Devesh Tripathi, Senior AVP, Global Partnerships, Invest India. Mr. Tripathi plays a pivotal role in forging international collaborations to foster investment and boost economic growth across the nation. His expertise in global relations has been instrumental in enhancing India's investment appeal on the world stage. With this, my front row for the panel is submitted, and I would like to hand over the mic to our moderator for further proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, to start today's panel discussion, so I'm Rohit Kumar, as he introduced. I'm Secretary General for Carbon Markets Association of India. And our focus area is to accelerating the net zero transition. So I think today's event is really topical. And first of all, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to Association of Financial Advisors of India, AFAI, for organizing the panel discussion on pathways for next clean tech unicorns, funding India's growing clean energy sectors as a part of the event Green Finance and Investment Achieving Net Zero by 2070. AFAI, funded by distinguished finance professionals, plays a critical role in advancing India's financial advisory ecosystem, and we are excited to be part of this important conversation. So this panel discussion will offer valuable insights into future of India's clean energy sector and financing mechanism needed to support its growth. So to start the panel discussion, I have a small presentation to give the overview of the session objective. I thought it would really help all the panelists to discuss about the possible pathway and opportunity for India ahead. So you have some, you'll operate the, you can operate from yourself then. Thank you. So the slide which really talks about what is the clean tech actually. So we know that the clean tech has to play a very important role for net zero transition to the country. And clean tech also has to play a very important role because we are also coming with a lot of global compliances and tax in coming years. And this slide is really significant that everybody knows about the climate change. And the impact of climate change is really seen to the world. So when we have a large number of greenhouse gas emission, so it's directly proportional to sea level increase to the planet. So a lot of climate change issues are there and impact we have seen to the world. So here the clean tech role has to come much, much larger in coming years. So this slide is also very important that we aim to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And when we talk about India as a developed country, high GHG emission is directly linked to the GDP fall down to the country. So we have seen that how the emission is growing, and the global target is 1.5 degrees centigrade we have seen to the world. And if 1.5 degrees centigrade target will not able to meet, well, how much percentage of GDP is going to fall to India? So this is very important for all of us, to the world, not only for India. So the significance of clean tech has to play a very important role in coming years. And we all know that what kind of role which clean tech has to follow in the future. That we know that there are 7 greenhouse gases in the planet. And those 7 greenhouse gases are a major concern for climate change. And so we presume that a lot of clean techs are in the space of either energy efficiency or replacement of the old and conventional clean tech technologies in the coming years. So in both the area, a lot of transition is going to happen. And for this, Government of India has recently also announced Article 6, where the 14 technology area government is promoting that all those 14 technology area is going to build a lot of capacity to the country and helping India to achieve net zero by 2070. So this slide is also very significant about how the greenhouse gas emission is happening across sectors. When we talk about clean tech, so clean tech has to play important role across sectors, not only specific to one sector. And we have seen the growth in every sector compared to the baseline. And there's a tremendous growth in emission everywhere and in the world. And when you see the India story, so India's story is the same as what the greenhouse gas emission is happening to the world. And we presume that India as a country which has around 17% population to the world and 4% greenhouse gas emission, while we have per capita is around 2 to 3. So we have per capita emission is growing very rapidly. You can see the slide. And every year we can find that per capita emission is growing. Although we are much less compared to Europe, GCC country and other part of the world. But we presume that as a development happening in the infrastructure level, development happening, 2047 net zero goal we are presuming, the emission has to grow much higher. So where the technology has to play a very important role for sustainable development of the country. So we all know about the Panchamitra, which is announced by our Honorable Prime Minister. And Panchamitra is really defined that which path we are going ahead. So we are going ahead for 500 gigawatt on renewable energy. We are also going to reduce the 45% emission reduction to a 2005 level. We are also going to achieve net zero by 2070. We have already defined our NDC target by 2030. So all this development, I think technology has to play a pivotal role for getting it ahead in coming years. This slide is also important and it's a very encouraging slide for a country like India because our emission reduction has happened to 8% if you take the last year data. So we are going ahead in the right direction because our GHG emission has reduced. This is around 2020 data. So 1 year ahead, it's a Niti Aayog report. So now this momentum we need to keep ahead, that every year our greenhouse gas reductions should be much faster to achieve the net zero goal. This slide is also important that, and prevalent that everybody knows that how our renewable energy sector is growing and how our growth in the market size in the renewable energy sector is happening every year. And even the budget, it is a special emphasis on the renewable energy sectors we have. And this slide is very important to know that when we talk about the 45% emission reduction to the country, and so how it will happen actually. So there are two ways. One is that we have to focus on energy efficiency part at large, which Bureau of Energy has defined, Ministry of Power has defined. And second, we have to focus on innovation. So both the areas, the innovation has to play a critical role. Then we are able to meet the target, which we have mentioned in 2030 NDC target. So, so of course, there is a large number of clean tech unicorns in the country. India is very much ready, and Indian players are playing very important role. As an industry body, CMAI, we are also promoting large number of clean tech right now. And we understand that how clean tech valuation can increase very high when this clean tech technology is able to get carbon funding. So we are trying to correlate that clean tech technology and make them capable of carbon credit generation opportunities. Recently, we also tied up with one of the carbon capture and utilization storage company. And those company has tremendous potential for helping India to achieve net zero goal much faster across sectors. So that is the area where we are in. And all those are Indian startups. So just need hand holding and right direction. I think that they can do wonder not only for India, but also for the world. So we understand that a large number of policy, already government is really good job and they're doing a lot of backup right now. We have a green hydrogen mission. We also have an ethanol policy. We have EPR policy, solar initiatives. So there's tremendous initiatives and backed by government. So government is also looking in the right direction. And we'd like to thank the government of India for thinking in this space to achieve net zero much faster by collaborating with industry at large. And all those policies are very much ready. Regarding the carbon market space, we really want to, these are one of the various clean techs, and we'd like to congratulate all those clean techs and supporting at large, not only India, but to the world. And regarding the carbon market space, I really want to say that the three kind of market has been already developed in India. I think next year, the carbon market is expected to grow 10x because there's a compliance market is already developed by Bureau of Energy, Ministry of Power. Is going to start by 2026 in the full functional. Then there's a voluntary carbon market is still existing. And we are leader in this space as a 30% share. And all this funding is going to the technology players and companies and corporates. And there's a best market coming ahead is Article 6 market, which is a UNFCCC driven market. And in Article 6, there Article 6.2 and 6.4, the markets are there. And we have also done some of the calculation by some of the sectors where carbon credit can help us to give 100% funding. Only from carbon credit, and business might be viable in 4 to 5 years' time. So like biochar is a sector, like clean cooking, clean energy is a sector, which is, if these sectors will be backed by only from carbon funding, it will be break even by 4 to 5 years' time. So these are the opportunities we are ahead in the carbon market space, while government is already backed with a lot of data and a lot of policy development. But there is a large number of hurdles also. So we wish to discuss about hurdles today with the expert dais in the stage, that what is the gap in the clean tech sectors, and why it takes time to create a unicorn in this space in the country like India. And do they need any support from the government more in terms of, and what are the challenges they have faced? So if you're able to make this momentum much faster, that will definitely help to meet us net zero goal. So this, we have already discussed that these are the financials benefits which clean tech's ecosystem has today. One is about the government initiatives, second is the carbon market, and third is also the venture capitalist funds are ready, and they are already supporting to large industry. And fourth is, we also have a development institutions like SIDBI and all other financial institutions are supporting the clean tech. So we have a lot of scope for development of this sector. We also want to know that how there is a challenges ahead in this sector and how we can mitigate those challenges. So today we have an eminent panelist, and I will start with Mr. Santanu Chaturvedi, and he's a venture capitalist, and he's the most significant risk you encounter when evaluating clean tech startups in India. You have done a lot of investment in this space, and he will also tell us about what is his vision in this space in coming years. Now we also have Ms. Sterling Sharma, is a co-founder and managing partner for Green Eartha. And today we also have Karan Mehta, and he is a principal Green Frontier Capital, from Principal Green Capital. And Mr. Devesh Tripathi is a senior assistant vice president for global partnership of Invest India. Hello. So to start the session, so now each and every panelist. So there's a first question I'd like to ask for everyone. So could you briefly introduce your organization first and yourself, and also significance of clean tech technology in India's net zero journey, as per your understanding? And additionally, India's clean tech sector has been seeing impressive growth, and but it still faces multiple challenges. So we also want to address those challenges in this forum, because we really want some outcome for today's discussion. And so challenges might be in terms of financing, scaling, and supply chain areas. And what is the biggest financial barrier preventing India for producing the next clean tech unicorn? So I will start with Santanu.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'd like to introduce Transition VC. So we're a climate and decarbonization focused fund. We invest at a very early stage into sectors like electric vehicles, renewable energy, energy storage, the complete hydrogen value chain, the complete carbon value chain, decarbonization of buildings, decarbonization of industry are the sectors that we invest in. Within these sectors, we want to invest into deep tech, IP-driven, hardware-driven, product-driven, manufacturing-oriented companies that are solving some key challenges faced by the net zero journey of India. And I'll talk about that. So we typically do early stage investments. We're a $50 million fund, a young fund. We've made about 5 to 7 investments till date, and we plan to invest in 25 odd companies from this first fund. The reason for existence of this fund is that the net zero journey of India is obviously has a lot of challenges. One of the core challenges being supply chain. So if you pick up any sector, what you will notice is that the fundamental, the core material or the core product or the core technology of that sector still is largely imported. It's still if you take the solar sector, if you take the cell batteries, EV sector, if you take industrial decarbonization, if you take carbon capture, if you take any sector, a lot of what is driving the net zero transition in India is still imported. We're still importing heavily magnets, lithium, cells, semiconductor chips, solar cells, and lithium, silicon, neodymium, and various other elements forming these fundamental technologies, forming the building blocks of the energy transition are still being imported. So I question the existence of the energy independence that we are striving to be for fundamentally. And what I see is that if any of this has to be financially viable in India, has to be successful in India, the fundamental technology, the fundamental manufacturing behind all of these things has to lie within India. The technology, the IP, and finally the manufacturing has to lie within India for the later debt and the DFIs and the financial institutions to have a financially viable IRR. All of this has to be in India, and there are again multiple reasons for that. Every sector you look at, there is a screaming need for contextualization. So there are problems that are Indian problems, which is, if you take any sector and you look deeply in that sector, there are problems which are specific to India, which is perhaps in the EV space, there are problems of road conditions, weather conditions, driver behavior, range, the requirements of the customer, and a lot of the vehicle OEMs sitting here would agree with me that there are problems that are faced by India and India alone, and that's why there was a need to build the vehicle manufacturing ecosystem in India, and that's why vehicles started getting manufactured in India, and it's not just a simple import and use play. So now going deeper, the motor, controller, battery pack ecosystem, that again is at a stage where it's early, it is getting indigenized, it needs to get indigenized. Then you take another step forward. What is the building blocks of a battery? It's the cells. Those need to get indigenized. And that way, we will have true energy independence and true net zero only when the complete value chain, only when the complete supply chain is actually indigenized and designed, developed in India, held in India, and manufactured in India. To close off, what I'd like to say is, why is there need for contextualization? Because that is when truly solid, financially viable business models will emerge, financially viable product solutions will emerge, and India being a very, very price sensitive market, India is okay paying higher capex in some cases, but from a TCO perspective, it has to make sense in India, and for that reason, there has to be a lot of indigenization of the complete value chain, which we still find missing, and that is the reason for existence for Transition VC, to invest in the early stage development, R&D, building of these technologies, to take it from an early stage to a growth stage where they can prove to be a financially viable business model and then eventually a unicorn.
Yes, that's a valid point. So we really discuss about the financial visibility part primarily. And you also mentioned about the various challenges the clean tech sector we have. And now our question is from Stalin Sharma, co-founder and managing partner for Green Earth. The same question that can you briefly introduce yourself and significance of clean tech India, India's net zero journey? And we also would like to know from you about the challenges and financial barriers which are preventing clean tech production of India in future?
Certainly. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. I'll preface my comments by saying I have been living in India for 14 years. I've been investing in climate in India for 10. Green Artha is a climate innovation and investment firm focused on how do we decarbonize India's economic development. And very fundamentally, we are looking at industry very largely because when we look at India's growth over the next 25 years, we see a 15x growth in manufacturing. And we see that when you look at energy utilization, the vast majority of India's energy is being used within industry. That's also where we see a vast majority of the carbon and carbon equivalent emissions coming from. We focus very much on how do you commercialize these businesses. And we are very keen on what is happening in the Indian market because we're seeing solutions come up, indigenous solutions that are economically viable. And we see this as not only foundational for India's own economic development, but we see it creating pathways for India to export products to markets in the US and Europe where there is an interest in decarbonization, but they don't yet have products that are economically viable, materials that are economically viable, machinery that's economically viable. But we also see it creating pathways for other developing economies who look to India as a leader to understand how they too can look at their own economic development and do so sustainably. We are really, really bullish on India, and we believe that the Indian market is really going to be a global leader, and we're going to find a lot of our success as a country in supporting climate innovations. And very fundamentally, to meet our economic development goals as a country that is one of the 10 most likely to be impacted by climate change, we really have to make these transitions. So I will leave it with that.
So now, Karan, over to you. The same question that kindly elaborate yourself and the significance of the clean tech in India's net zero journey, and also what are the financial barriers and challenges you face as a clean tech in India?
I really appreciate that, Rohit and the organizers. Thank you so much for having this this session organized for us. I'm Karan Mehta. I'm a principal for Green Frontier Capital. We're a climate VC. Well, we're a VC. We focus on the green space, and that's what I want to tell people is that we invest in everything as long as it's under the green umbrella. So we do consumers, we do industries, we do platforms, we do anything. Our focus is on 3Ds: decarbonization, extremely disruptive business models, and digitization. Essentially, just meaning they need to be extremely capital efficient. I'll tell you. So to answer your question, Mr. Kumar, is just 2 points that I want to raise. The biggest challenge today for India's clean tech is lack of private participation. We're not seeing enough being done by existing industry and businesses to push for decarbonization. And that is seen in just the amount of capex that is still going on in the fossil fuel economy. Unfortunately, that leads to my second point, is the mindset needs to change. Today, the biggest challenge for adoption of any like climate tech solution is, yaar, main ye kyun karu? And that stems from our homes as well. Is why should I take a cloth bag from my house to my sabji wala when he's automatically going to give me like a plastic bag? And that's just the mindset that we have in India. That needs to change. The minute that we see these changes happen, and we don't have time to put that into perspective, we're way past the 1.5 degree mark of global warming for the next 20, 30, 40 years. We're probably going to get closer to 3. What we don't understand is 2/3 of our planet is ocean, which is relatively cooler than the rest of the land. What does that mean for us on land? Is a 5 to 6 degree annual increase in temperatures during the summer. What does that mean? In Delhi, you will have a 60-degree summer very soon, maybe in the next 10 years. Now, what does that mean for energy? And what does that mean to populations? We're going to have mass extinction, right? And unfortunately, it's the bottom of the pyramid that gets extremely affected. So if we as a society have to really survive, our mindset needs to change. And that mindset change happens with consumers, leading to corporate change and more private participation in this space.
Yeah, Karan, I think one of the campaign which government has recently, last to last year announced, which is called Life Campaign, which talks about the lifestyle for environment. And recently, they have done the 75 practices, actually, in the Life Campaign. And all those practices, government is promoting to use those practices. And to promote this practice, government has also launched a campaign called Green Credit Program. And the Green Credit Program is actually promoting to incentivize individual and community also. So that practice is already started. I think that it will take some year to implement in the ground, but we expect that all these policies is going to accelerate this momentum fast. So now we have a question with Mr. Devesh Tripathi. He is a Senior Assistant Vice President for Global Partnership in West India. So you have a much large role to discuss about that because you are a focal point between India to the world for technology transfer and investment. So what is your perspective about the clean tech space and what Invest India is doing in this space? And since you're already connected with the government directly, indirectly, so what kind of challenges you find those companies or Indian company going abroad or those company coming to India is facing in the in this space? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me and thank you for the question, Mr. Kumar. So I've interacted with a few of the people who are present here, and so I'll quickly introduce what Invest India is and what we do. So Invest India is a not-for-profit Section 8 company under DPIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. We are the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency. The primary mandate of the organization is to facilitate investments coming from abroad and also facilitate domestic investments. If there is a company who wants to invest, expand into other territories or geographies, that is also something we help with. So the way we are structured and the way we operate is we have a country team which gets those investment interest from abroad or also actively reaches out to the companies. Let's say energy is a focus sector for India. So we'll reach out to the companies based out of Netherlands or Switzerland, telling them to set up operations here. Then we have a sector team which handholds, works with the central ministries, all the line ministries. And then finally there is a state team which works with the line departments of all the state governments. So basically the investment grounding happens only at the state level, and that is where you need most of the hand-holding when it comes to approvals, clearances, licensing, policy related stuff. So we facilitate the entire investment life cycle for a company. That is what we do. In addition to that, to support investors and companies, there are a lot of ease of doing business, initiatives of Government of India which are housed at Invest India. So National Single Window System is with Invest India, which is a single platform for all approvals and clearances, whether it relates to the central governments or the state governments. Then there is an India Investment Grid, which is a opportunity showcasing platform for getting investors to the projects which are listed on the portal. Then there is a PMG team which monitors infrastructure projects that is based with the Cabinet Secretariat. And then Startup India, I'm sure most of you have heard about it, that is also currently housed at Invest India. So this is what we broadly do. So what we are doing in the clean tech space, what my team is currently doing, I'll share a couple of initiatives that we're working with. So like Shantanu also talked about how the clean economy's value chain is dominated by one country. So whether it is EV, whether it is batteries, whether it is solar, whether it is wind, most of the production capacity is based out of those countries, out of that country, whether it's the hydrogen value chain or the supply chain. So there is you might have heard about IPEF, it's Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Department of Commerce is the nodal agency for it. We are supporting them with the investor forums for IPEF, wherein we work with investors abroad and the Indian companies to present those opportunities. So what the unique part of that IPEF framework is that there are 4 pillars. The 2 which are relevant to this forum is there is a clean economy pillar and then there is also a supply chain pillar. So if we take these 2 pillars hand in hand from the beginning, that is where something we can achieve a If we have the supply chain also in control, and then we look for clean economy sectors, maybe something that we can target and we can achieve our goals. The other few initiatives that we're working on a matchmaking platform which can be relevant to clean tech startups also, which, so we're working with few of the international investors and domestic financial institutions and Indian companies in developing a platform which captures essentially the investment. The aim of the portal is to capture essentially the investment life cycle of that project or the company's investment journey. With World Bank, we are working on few of the initiatives. You must have heard about state actions, like Mr. Kumar talked about the National Action Plan, where the net zero commitment, all of those things are there. Similarly, there's a state action plan for climate change, wherein we are working with the World Bank and the state government to develop a pipeline for investable projects and opportunities. There is a climate finance accelerator that is currently in the works with World Bank and TDP. We are working with Ministry of Finance on it. So these are few of the initiatives that are going to provide financing and funding at the early stage that these clean tech companies or startups will need. Thank you.
So do you want to say something? Okay, great. So now we discussed about the challenges and concern. So now we really want to know the solutions actually. So we know that the world is moving towards net zero, and technology has to play an important role. And I was just discussing one of my colleagues. So recently we also launched India SAF Alliance, Sustainable Aviation Fuel Alliance. So that alliance is really want to make India as a SAF producer to the world. So every dynamics is changing to the world. So we presume that we have great opportunity in this space as a leader in the clean tech domain, because we are not only a technology provider, but we also have a humongous raw material and also human capital and resource as a country. So now I will just ask Santanu and regarding that, how we can presume that India's leadership can be maintained. Because I'm interacting with a lot of company from Iceland and other part of the world. They are coming in India for selling the technology. So, but we wish to sell my technology to the world. And today only we have discussed with RITES. They are coming. So a lot of PSU has taken initiatives. They are coming with the technology, and those technology they want to sell to other company like CCUS, this area which you have discussed, and all of these are Indian technologies. So we wish to maintain those leadership in this space. And so how we can solve this problem, Santanu, as you already have in contact with a lot of clean tech startups. You already realize the risk, but at the same time, you also know that what is the opportunity for country. So can you elaborate and guide us so that we can really come to that momentum fast?
Yeah, so driving to net zero or preventing climate change isn't something that can be done purely through software or services or just through the SaaS economy or the D2C economy. The fundamentals behind driving to net zero and preventing climate change and preventing further temperature rise, the fundamentals are hardware, manufacturing, R&D, fundamental deep tech, fundamental innovations. That is the key to success behind India's leadership as well as net zero. How that can be achieved is that every part of the ecosystem sort of has to play its role. So if I was manufacturing industry, I would definitely increase my R&D expenditure on long-term projects that would yield results perhaps in the next 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, perhaps not immediately. So if I was government, I would increase policy support and spending on long-term research, on fundamental R&D, and driving those fundamental research and R&D into commercialization. If I was research and academia, I would, and believe me, India has a whole bunch of fundamental research, very good research, sitting in labs, sitting in colleges, institutions in India. I would, if I was part of academia and research, I would sort of drive those fundamental research into commercialization through very tight hand-holding with industry, with venture capital. And if I was venture capital, which I am, I would invest more in deep tech, R&D, innovation, which will not give us instant gratification, which will not give me 100x in 6 months, but it will be a longer term play and is guaranteed to give very strong results. Thank you.
So valid point, actually R&D has to play a very important role. Everywhere, I think government is also focusing to give large fund on R&D in coming years. So, Stalin Sharma, I would like to ask you on that, since you already have a focus on climate innovations at large, and decarbonization is a key goal, so how India can take leadership in terms of clean tech? And what do you think that, what is the future for clean tech in India to take the global lead? So we really want to be a supplier for clean tech to the world. Yeah.
So I think the first thing is India needs to step away from the notion that we're going to be China plus one. Right? India is going to be great on its own. It will be a direct competitor to China, not China plus one. And so when we step back from that as our premise, what do we need to do to get there? We need to look at areas like R&D, but we also need to understand that India is fantastic at taking R&D that's been developed in other parts of the world. Look at Europe, look at the US, where they're looking at what is the most cutting edge we can get. And they're using the most expensive materials, and then Indian entrepreneurs look at it and they say, wow, we can get like 90% of that efficacy at like 20% of the cost, right? And it's those types of innovations that are going to really drive what India can do in the world and how it can develop its own economy and how it can develop the economy outside of India. I adore Karan, and I do think that every one of us has a responsibility to take in terms of making better choices from a climate perspective. But when I think about investing and when I think about how businesses look at how they're going to choose if they're decarbonizing, they're not, a customer demand will have some impact, but fundamentally that decision is going to be economic. And if we look at the climate value chain, GIC from Singapore is estimating the climate value chain is going to yield $5 to $11 trillion in excess ROI over other sectors between now and 2030. So when we look at what that means in India, that means new materials. And those materials go into the manufacturing that we're doing. New processes for cleaning the materials that we have, making our industry more energy efficient and so forth. So I see that being a lot of it, and I think that those decisions are very much driven by what works. We as a firm work with entrepreneurs who have technologies that are proven from a science perspective, so a little bit later I would say than the pure deep tech, where we can see that maybe there's some small engineering changes, but where there's a significant need because these entrepreneurs are very, very clearly very technical around how do you think about business model? How do you make it so that an SME that has limited cash flow can adopt a hardware that might not fit from a CapEx perspective? What type of financing is needed? What are going to be the decision levers that get that into their workshop? And we work very closely alongside that with financiers, and it's been great speaking with a handful of you today during lunch around how we can enable debt for companies that already have long-term contracts with industry. When we look at our portfolio, we've seen that from when we first started working with them, just like 2.5 years in the current portfolio, they've had a 8.5x increase in revenues. But that's been a fundamental shift from pilot revenues to long-term contracts with industry, and where those contracts all step up. And those contracts are with majors like IOCL, HP, Shell, and so forth, where there's a really significant ability to decarbonize industry in India and beyond.
So thank you, Stalin. So valid point. So now quickly we have a very short time, so we have to do a quick roundup. That like Karan, the same question, that how we can take the leadership as a country in the clean tech space, and how India can be a clean tech provider to the world. So what are the positive opportunities which we have? Can you explain?
So look, my two panelists have already said quite a bit, right? And I just want to add to what Shantanu said. Like, unfortunately, India is not geared towards R&D. We never have been. We are far from being, and I think that that can change very rapidly today, and that's what I talk about the mindset, right? We don't have edge. If you see the West, the reason why innovation happens in the West and not in India is because you have educational institutions and you have the private sector actually pushing for innovation happening with young entrepreneurs who are wanting to really build something. I just met a student from Caltech last week who's built an entire new battery chemistry without using any rare metals. And he was able to do that because the education institution where he was working with doing his PhD gave him the machinery to do that. Today, I have founders coming to me wanting to raise money to buy expensive machinery to do R&D. I'm not going to invest in that. I'm not going to invest in something that's going to take 10 years to come to market. Not happening, right? We are pure profit-based investors. Uh, my LPs will have my head if I tell them they have to wait for 10 years. And hey, listen, like in 10 years, technology might change. So that's the risk that I also bear. Not happening. So I will not do that. But we need to have more private sector participation. We're sitting on a $2 billion bucket of CSR money today in India, which goes into questionable projects. So to be honest, start moving that. That could be your first start. Start moving that towards the climate tech sector. Build an ecosystem for young founders in your own business to look for technologies to help you decarbonize. And you be the first off-taker like of that technology. Those are the things that you could do. It's the mindset, and the economics will drive the mindset too. So of course, to Stalin's point too, there needs to be the mindset change, and economics will automatically fall in line. So we need to have that change.
You're right, Karan, that R&D is of most important area. Now, there is, we really want to know, also from the government side. So, is government, is Invest India is doing something on R&D, number one, and you also know the global scenario. So, how you can suggest Indian government or Indian entrepreneur to focus more on R&D side or focus more on clean tech side, and what kind of support Indian clean tech should get?
So we don't directly focus on R&D, but we have teams which look after tech and innovation. And what they do is they facilitate their conversations with the DST or the relevant ministries in the government. So recently, because of the nuclear thing, a lot of companies have shown interest, and a lot of foreign companies are coming and meeting us now. They want to meet NPCL, they want to meet Department of Atomic Energy. But I want to come to this basic question of how to be the unicorn is surviving the value of death, and you get that scalable patient capital, and therefore you become the unicorn. So in order to do that, I mean, there can be a lot of challenges on the way. But what, so like Karan also said that the for-profit sector is not going to invest in certain technologies or innovation. So from the demand side, there can be solutions which can be something, let's say the procuring entity tells you that this is a MVP, it's a minimum viable product that I want in this tech, and then maybe the ecosystem can follow through, and then the startups can come and those sort of things, so that the financing is upfront decided that as and when the milestones are reached, you will get that money in order to scale those projects. Something similar that the RBI does whenever there is a product, there is a sandbox regulatory testing environment which is there. Those can be there for clean tech companies or products which can then later be scaled up. From the supply side, there are a lot of initiatives that everyone talked about. There are carbon markets, then there are a lot of financial instruments, risk sharing instruments. All of those things are there. The most essential thing, I mean, the Ministry of Finance is already working on is to have a green taxonomy. So when that taxonomy is there, then the right price. So the problem is adequate pricing of the risk associated to a particular technology. So when that risk is adequately priced, that can be done if that the taxonomy is there, maybe a dedicated financial institution to support that. And lastly, then there are also schemes which the government of India is running. There is a startup seed fund scheme. There is a credit guarantee program also running for startups who are investing in the clean tech space. So all of these things can help and provide a solution, and maybe then it can become a scalable tech product at a later stage. Thank you.
So I think you rightly summarized that. We also have a lot number of fund like startup fund and all. So because the world is moving much faster, climate change is happening much faster. So to summarize the discussion, today's discussion, so first, which Karan said that mindset is need to be changed everywhere. So if you have a clear mindset, we can be a more investor in the clean tech and also in R&D. So financial investors and venture capitalists should also focus on R&D because they earn profit. So there's certain money or profit they can focus on R&D as well because that is much needed in the current scenario, a country like India. And we should also focus on stakeholder participation. That is also important. And the financial viability is a question mark. So So financial modeling need to be done better. So since we already have multiple policies like government policies there, carbon market is there. So we're already doing financial modeling for carbon market space. So Indian Wire and other companies. Because when they come with a solar cook stove, Surya Nutan. So now we really want to promote this Indian patented technology. And we really want to sell it to the world. So first we have done the financial modeling, where carbon as a tool we have placed, and the viability we have seen that 5-year break-evens, only from carbon funding. So that modeling is also important when we promote any clean tech. So we do see all kind of benefits and aspects which already are available. So now we also, as Stalin said, that we should be the exporter of clean tech. So now I see that Delhi is a destination where large global companies are coming. They want to sell their technology to us. So this is another liability what we're going to have. So now this is a great opportunity for us to be ready, and the climate change technology, we can prepare a lot of new innovations and technology. We can take the lead to the world. So this is really a right time for the country. And because all the technology what we have is going to be changed or innovate in coming years, because they are not fit for current 1.5 degree plus temperature. And second, that sector-wise approach is already there. I'm sure that government, a lot of initiatives they're already working on green hydrogen initiatives. CCUS Niti Aayog is working closely. It's much better solution and faster solution. And there is no doubt that we should focus on Make in India as a policy level. And that is a valid point. When we do any clean tech, our entire ecosystem should be developed in India, so that we should be independent from the countries like China and all countries where we are assembling the technology and we are claiming ourselves a clean tech technology. And no doubt that everyone discuss about R&D side, which is very, very important. And I think we all should promote those innovative and R&D technology, research and development, because that is the backbone of economy and the clean tech technology in India. So I will complete this session, but before stopping this session, panel discussion, we can have some questions, 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, so I think he actually raised the hand first, so we can ask question, yeah. You have mic. You have mic. You have mic just, and you, yeah.
Thank you. Vinod Singh Das Shatru, and I'll just pick few points from mindset issue. I mean, every day we're having conferences. Do we really need so much of lights right now? We're so blessed with the sunshine in India. But you know, this kind of conference auditorium, we're wasting so much of light right now. Let the focus be on the speakers, on Mr. Mehta, on Mr. Kumar. So this is really a waste of number 1. Number 2, I mean, we have to go through some painful things before we achieve the green. The kind of food we're having, we can always switch to the, you know, salads. Agriculture is one of the contributors. Number 3, we have so much of events in Delhi. If we could, if this green finance could go to it's going to be, this is just 3 points on the mindset. And one final point is that I know why this event is in Delhi, because we cannot get rid of our bureaucrats or IS officers. They have to come to our conferences. But in reality, I really feel that as a nation, as a civil society, I think the kind of life we have in Delhi NCR is too much to bear. The foreigners are escaping, you know, they're going out of interview, you know, from podcast.
Yeah.
So I just don't for a long time. I'm just saying, don't just be hypocritical. Thank you.
Yeah. So valid point. But when you go to Ladakh, you will cause more emission actually. So airline emission. so but valid point. I think everyone can contribute our bit, and we can really work in this space. That's why the live campaign is really important. I request everybody to see this live campaign. The government has already mentioned 75 practices. A very easy way to follow this in a life. So next question with this lady. So,
Hi,
yeah.
my name is Umang Pathak. My firm ESG Advisory Services. We provide ESG and legal services both on business and investor side. So coming from both the perspective and whatever discussions that we just had, ultimately it takes me to the same question every time. Where is the money? When we talk about decarbonization at country level, at business level, I mean, we've heard clearly money chases money, right? If there is no return on investment in shorter term, then nobody is putting the money where the mouth is, correct? This is what I hear from my clients, that the expectation is for private sector to contribute CSR, contribute money, invest in bonds and blah 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 to help country decarbonize, but they seek transition finance themselves. So every conference I go in the expectation of understanding, are we looking at new instruments? I mean, in the morning we were talking about creating new instruments, creating more structures, and bottom line is that we haven't institutionalized all our efforts. We have things in the silos. We have expectations and the mindset changes that we need. Customer don't want to pay more. Board has significant responsibility integrated in our law to act in the interest of protection of environment, community, etc., etc. Just to summarize that, I guess all those stakeholders have to sit in a room and apply their minds and bring the best that can be done around it. So I'll just stop here.
So I think she's already done the answer. So where is the money actually first? And she's already answered that stakeholder participation. Yeah.
You already answered that. So look, you put a number to it. The whole climate tech industry globally is about $100 trillion like opportunity. Bill Gates says you're gonna have 2 Amazons, 3 Googles, 4 Microsofts. So like essentially what we're saying is industry is gonna disrupt itself. The entire fossil fuel industry is getting disrupted. Automobiles is getting disrupted. A lot more industries will get disrupted with this. What does that mean for India? Over the next 20 years, the numbers are close to about $100 billion of net inflows, capital inflows coming into the green space per year, every year. We're far from that, right? So where is the money? It has to come domestically, it has to come from abroad. If the world puts onus like on India to decarbonize, we need to see flows also coming into India. We can't, I'll give you one small like example of where the dichotomy is, right? We can't have institutions like abroad who've got access to very patient capital come and start negotiating like on the table as completely private investors, right? That's not going to work. There needs to be risk capital coming into the system. We all play our part. Today, we represent the early stage capital. Unfortunately, there's no late stage capital, right? So we don't have the $15 to $25 million check writers in the room. We don't have them in India. Where is that capital going to come? Because these sectors now have matured. You've seen mobility mature, but these companies still have to go abroad. All the unicorns in India have raised their late stage capital or growth capital from abroad. They haven't raised it from India. And this is like a sector that has been there for the last 15 years. Why has that not happened? So we've seen the early stage develop. We've not seen the R&D or the philanthropy or the CSR go into the right ways. Those need to get funneled into the right sectors. We need to see the late stage capital come in this on the equity side, and we need to see patient debt come in, right? Which is only going to come in from abroad.
So also just to add here, the capital is available. I mean, you look at it, I mean, even across the so-called funding winter, I saw the right companies getting funded, I saw the right research getting funded, be it debt, be it equity, be it various types of instruments, be it grant. So the capital is there. Sure, there needs to be more of it. Sure, we need to spend more of it on climate and decarbonization. But I think just to put the positive spin to it, I think capital exists. I think capital is the last problem that India has. That's the way I see it.
So, but the quick money you can get from the carbon market. So, so there is no loan, no grant. You just do GHG mitigation and rewarded for that. So the market is going to be, yeah. So, right. So that's why. So I just
where the money for their transition.
So I'll just give you the little case study again, small case study that I discussed about CCUS company, clean carbon capture, utilization, storage. This is the utmost solution for India for meeting CBAM rules and carbon taxation. So every CCUS projects, if you implement in your plant and factory, So there's a big money in terms of carbon space. So you have to see that how the project modeling can be there. If you're doing X million investment, so you might get 15-20% funding from carbon only. So all these models are there. So when we do anything, so this market is changing very rapidly, actually, everywhere. So you have to be very much focused the development every stage. Government is coming with multiple notifications every day in every sectors. So that is a way where we can come forward in this space. So I think we can conclude this session. So if there are any other questions, yeah, Stalin, please, please, yeah, Stalin.
If I could just very quickly, I think that thinking about the economics of the business and business model is really critical when you're thinking about how do you get green technologies into SMEs, right? The typical SME has 3 months of cash on hand. That was discovered by some researchers during COVID. So needing new business models, that is how startups are being able to get technologies into those SMEs by providing financing so those businesses can adopt, or making CapEx into an OpEx for those businesses. That's why talking about business model and talking about debt finance is really critical when you start thinking about how to make SMEs decarbonize. And I think that's also why
about MNCs who are private companies here in specialty chemicals, for example.
I'm extremely sorry for the intervention, please. You can continue, but there's an important announcement that I have to make, that there is a PM movement going on right now. So if anyone has parked their vehicle on the road, he can park on the service lanes. If there's anyone in the summit who has parked their vehicle on the roads, they can park it on the service lanes, please.
So
the PM movement is going on.
So what we can do after the session, you can have one-to-one interaction. बोलिए.
हमारे स्टार्टअप ने अपने अब तक 2.5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा पेड़ लगा के जीवित रखे हैं फार्मर्स के साथ में, और हम ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सपोर्ट के नाम पे कुछ होता नहीं है. कार्बन क्रेडिट पे बातें हो रही है, पिछले 1.5 साल से हम लोग ये जानना चाहते हैं. आज तक तो हमें समझ में नहीं आया कि हमारे फार्मर को कार्बन क्रेडिट दिलवाना कैसे.
इसके लिए मैं अकेले आपके साथ बैठूंगा और मैं आपसे कार्बन क्रेडिट के
जी से भी 2 बार मिल चुका हूँ, लेकिन हुआ कुछ नहीं.
So उसमें देखिए
लगभग 22 से ज़्यादा बार आपकी कंपनी को मेल डाली जा चुकी है AKI को, लेकिन रिप्लाई नहीं है.
So देखिए कार्बन क्रेडिट जब डेवलप होता है उसका पूरा एक मेथोडोलॉजी होता है प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप करने के स्टेज में.
6 गोबर गैस प्लांट लगाए हमने किसानों के साथ में. आप जानते हैं अगर आपने ग्राउंड पे काम किया होगा तो बड़ी मुश्किल से काम किया जाता है, और फिर जब हम लोग कमिटमेंट करते हैं कुछ बातें हो ही नहीं पाती है, रिजल्ट निकल ही नहीं पाता है, तो काम को आगे बढ़ाने में बहुत प्रॉब्लम.
तो इसमें इसके लिए सबसे अच्छा मॉडल है, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि व्हेन वी गो फॉर एनी प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज, कार्बन क्रेडिट के लिए 2 चीज़ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बेसलाइन और एडिशनलिटी. तो आप जब प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं, जिस समय फेस करते हैं, तो कार्बन क्रेडिट ग्लोबल मैकेनिज्म ऑथोराइज करती है. इंडियन कार्बन मार्केट तो आ रहा है 2026 में, बट ग्लोबल मैकेनिज्म के कुछ रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस हैं. जब हम प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं तो आपको उसके हिसाब से काम करना पड़ेगा. तो अगर आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं, सपोज आप 50 लाख पेड़ लगा रहे हैं, तो आपको हर लोकेशन का जियो टारगेटिंग आपको क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. एवरी ट्री हैज़ टू बी काउंटेड. बेसलाइन पहले आपको डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा कि आपके पेड़ लगाने के पहले कैसा नेचर में कैसे आपके ग्रीन हाउस गैस कितने थे, कैसे एमिट हुए. आफ्टर प्लांटेशन यू हैव टू डू अगेन द स्टडी. आफ्टर 4 years यू विल स्टार्ट टू जनरेट कार्बन क्रेडिट. सो ऑल दिस इज प्रोसेस ड्रिवन. सो उसमें कोई भी स्पेसिफिक कंपनी आपको ना कार्बन क्रेडिट दिला सकती है.
भाई साहब प्रोसेस की बात यह है कि मैं खुद एक फार्मर हूँ. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से 11 टाइम ऑर्गेनिक और इनोवेटिव फार्मिंग के लिए अवार्डेड हूँ. राजस्थान के करंट जीके में 6 बार मेरा नाम शामिल हुआ है. 75,000 से ज्यादा प्लांटेशन का गवर्नमेंट ने मेरे फार्म पे वेरिफिकेशन किया है. मोरिंगा ओलिफेरा का मैं एशिया का सबसे बड़ा फार्मर का दर्जा भी मुझे मिला है, और फिर भी वो ऑथेंटिक नहीं है.
देखिए अभी क्या
कैसे किया जाएगा?
आप क्लोजली ट्रैक कीजिए. जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक ऑफसेट मार्केट आ रहा है जिसमें प्लांटेशंस के लिए रूल रेगुलेशंस बन रहे हैं, तो ये 2026 में लॉन्च हो रहा है. तो आप डेफिनेटली उसको गो थ्रू करके
सर हजारों करोड़ का कार्बन क्रेडिट उठा चुके हैं, और अभी रूल ऑफ रेगुलेशन बन रहा है, तो फिर उठा कैसे?
Again, there are 3 kinds of carbon markets. One is compliance, second voluntary, and third is UNFCCC.
तो अभी लोग जो ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहा है, अगर बातें ही होती रहेगी, जलवायु परिवर्तन पे बातें होती रहेंगी, तो बातें ही होती रहेंगी. पेड़ पौधे हर साल हजारों करोड़ लगाए जाते हैं, पेपरों में आ ही जाता है, लेकिन जीवित रखने का जिम्मा कोई नहीं लेता. हम जैसे लोग उस काम को बड़े बेसिकली और शिद्दत से कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर आगे फिर अंधेरा ही अंधेरा नजर आता है. इस कमरे से बाहर निकलने के बाद में फिर अंधेरा दिखता है.
नहीं, आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं तो अंधेरा क्यों हो रहा है आपके पास?
अरे सर रोज अंधेरा तो इसलिए दिख रहा है ना कि बातें जब हम कर देते हैं आप जैसे लोगों से सुनने के बाद में कि यार पेड़ लगा, इसको जीवित रख और बेनिफिट मिलने वाला है, कार्बन क्रेडिट के रूप में और 2 पैसे आएंगे। फिर बाद में जब वो काम नहीं होता है, 3 साल निकल जाती है, तो लोग कहते हैं कि 3 साल से पुराने वाले पेड़ पे वैसे कार्बन क्रेडिट नहीं मिलने वाला।
देखिए, इसके लिए वही वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, जो प्रॉपर रूल्स, जब आप प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं ना, आपको उसी स्टेज पे आपको इन सब चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा।
इसके लिए कोई व्यवस्थाएं हो,
इसके लिए व्यवस्था है ना,
कोई गाइड करने वाला हो,
इसके
कोई
लिए आप
authority हो, कोई
ग्रीन
single
ट्रेड
window
प्रोग्राम,
हो, तो वहाँ पे काम किया जाए।
तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के MOFCC का पोर्टल है ग्रीन ट्रेड प्रोग्राम, या सो वी कैन टेक इट ऑफलाइन। सो ग्रीन ट्रेड प्रोग्राम है, उस पर जाएं, उस पर सरकार के सारे रूल्स हैं, हम लोग इसको ऑफलाइन बैठ के करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच, वी कैन कंक्लूड दिस सेशन।
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of such an interactive discussion and panel session. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Jyoti Prakash Kadia, sir, to kindly felicitate.
We can have question after this session, just after this session. We can.
To felicitate Mr. Rohit Kumar, Secretary General, CMAI. Thank you so much for being a part of this session, sir. And then Mr. Shantanu Chaturvedi, Vice President, Transition VC. Then Ms. Starlin Sharma, co-founder and managing partner, Green Eartha. Then Mr. Devesh Tripathi, Senior AVP, Global Partnerships, Invest India. Now, group photographs, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please bring your hands together for such an amazing panel discussion. Thank you so much, each one of you. After this third interactive panel discussion, we are now heading towards our fourth session. Our fourth session is on EV and solar rooftop adoption by retail consumers, banks, NBFCs, and other financial institutions as key enablers. This session, as we explore, is transformative period in energy and transportation. We will delve into the crucial roles that financial institutions play in facilitating the adoption of residential rooftop solar and electric vehicles. Despite significant progress with 3.2 gigawatt of solar capacity installed on residential rooftops and a 5% retail adoption rate for EVs, challenges like high interest rates, short loan tenures, and limited financial product availability persist. Today, we aim to uncover how banks, NBFCs, and other financial players can overcome these hurdles to accelerate consumer adoption. For more insightful discussion, I would like to call upon our first speaker, Mr. Govind Sankar Narayan, co-founder, CEO, Ecofy. By the time the stage sets up, I would like to introduce you all to our panel speakers. Mr. Govind Sankar Narayan, co-founder, whole-time director. Mr. Dheeraj Agrawal, CBO, Mufin Green Finance. Mr. Akhil Anil Kumar, Head of ESG, IDFC First. Mr. Rahul Dubey, Investment Director, IFU. Mr. Nikunj Oli, Unit Head, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Shankar Narayan holds 30-year career includes leading Tata Capital to significant growth and serving on multiple Tata subsidiary boards. With a background in chemical engineering, an MBA from IIM Bangalore and a finance master's from London Business School, he brings expertise in fundraising, green product development and international team leadership. We welcome you, sir. Our second speaker is Mr. Dheeraj Agrawal, CBO, Mufin Green Finance. Mr. Dheeraj, who brings over 2 decades of expertise in financial services, specializing in business development and distribution. His dynamic career includes transformative roles at SMFG India and Manappuram Finance, where he championed EV finance, automobile sales, and led large teams across diverse markets. Our next speaker is Mr. Akhil Anil Kumar, Head of ESG, IDFC Bank. Mr. Akhil expertly orchestrates the bank's comprehensive ESG strategy, emphasizing sustainable finance, climate action, and robust ESG reporting. His leadership fosters IDFC First Bank's journey towards net zero and shapes its culture of sustainability through initiatives like First Ensure. With a profound background in sustainability and a master's in progress from IIT Kanpur, Mr. Akhil is a pivotal force in driving corporate and personal responsibility. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our moderator, Ashish sir, for proceedings of the session.
Yeah, good afternoon everybody. I think I will request to all of us to please sit if you are comfortable to sit inside, or if you want to go outside, then so good afternoon once again to all of you, and good afternoon to all the panel speakers and the veteran from the industry. So I think before this panel, this third panel was the youngest panel, or the young people panel actually. So I was very happy to see that all young people were there. But here we have, I think, young and more, I'm the oldest one in the entire panel, I believe. But the beauty of this panel is that we have all funders actually. So I think the topic summit is innovative financing. As FAI, I think we could be successful, that we could bring in one session all the funding agencies together. So we have the financiers and the financiers actually. So that's the beauty of this session actually, and so I hope that the discussion will be very much relevant from the green financing point of view, and the innovative financing solutions we'll discuss globally and the domestic also. So once again, I would like to thank you to the panel speakers for joining with us, coming from Bangalore, Mumbai and other places for joining this session. So friends, this session is mainly on the demand side, and you see then EV and solar, which we are talking since morning, but you see that ultimate consumer, if the consumer is not there and consumer is not happy, then whatever you are doing, it is not successful actually. So here we will discuss in this panel that how the EV and solar rooftop can be affordable to the consumer by way of financing by the financiers and the financiers. If I give some data, you see that EV last year, it was I think almost 7.4% of the total sales of the vehicles in the country, which is increasing year on year. Numbers were something around 20 lakh vehicles were sold. And government has come out with many incentives also. So GST, lower GST, then the PLI, then some exemptions on the other side. And on the solar side, if you have seen that lot of subsidies are there, we will discuss that, but subsidies are right or wrong actually. But this Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana, and there are many other yojanas are there from the government of India. So government is fully geared up to bring this sector in the limelight, or to make it affordable for the borrowers or the consumer. But what the financiers and funders are thinking about this sector, before that, I would like to just see that as an individual also, if we can commit three things in our journey, which is, one is that we should try to buy the one vehicle, or we should try to use whatever the vehicle which you are using, that should be a EV vehicle actually, whatever way is possible. That will change. I think a small change will make a big change. And then another is solar rooftop. If we can have the solar rooftop at our home roof, I think that can be another change which can bring the other people to excite from that. And third thing is green deposits. How many of us have deposited in the banks as green deposits? Many of, I think, us will not be aware about it also. But in India, the RBI has passed notification that banks can raise green deposits, and an individual or as a corporate, we can invest our money in the green deposits. So you all are here, and you are committed to the, I think, climate. So I will request if we all can take the pledge that we can do baby steps, either on the EV side or solar rooftop or the green deposits. This will help to the entire ecosystem, and the nation which we have in target to reach net zero by 2070. We can contribute a lot in that actually. So friends, this is something which I would like to just discuss. But before starting the panel discussion, I would like to request to all the panel speakers to introduce themselves, maybe within 1 minute, about their journey and why they have come to in this segment. Like Govind, I know him, so he is a veteran in the NBFC space, and you are the part of one very large NBFC, and he has become the CEO of a NBFC, which is a new startup. And like this, Dheeraj also. So all of you have, I think, some inclinedness or some, I think, some story behind that, why you are coming into this sector and why you are funding to this sector also. So Govind, you can start with that.
Thank you, Ashish ji, for firstly inviting me for this event, which I think is a very relevant event on green financing. I, as you pointed out, used to be part of the founding team at Tata Capital. Tata Capital had a joint venture with IFC called Tata Clean Tech Capital, which it set up primarily for the purposes of green financing. This was well before its time in some ways. It was set up, I think, about 13 years ago. Since I was closely associated with it, I had a chance to see the value that can be brought by having a dedicated green funder. When I left Tata Capital a few years ago, I thought that things had changed. Both the solar and the EV market had evolved significantly. And I thought that there was need for a similar institution which focuses more on the retail and the SME end, where there was inadequate funding, which is how the company that I currently run, called EcoFi, has been set up. EcoFi is one of India's sort of fully green, diversified NBFC players. It's been promoted by Eversource Capital and what is called the Green Growth Equity Fund, which has itself been funded by the Indian government as well as the UK government and some others. So we are a full green NBFC, and that's a little bit about how I got into it.
I am Dheeraj. As Ashish said, I joined MOFIN 1 year, approximately 7-8 months back. But I have totally 26 years of experience with the vehicle industry. Before that, I was with Manapuram 6 years. And then we started at electric vehicle finance. And I question why electric, because this is the future. And talking of the MOFIN, we are 100% RBI governed NBFC, which is listed organization.
and we are like Eco-Fi, so we are also in electric finance, but we do buses, we do cars, we are in a charging stations, we are in a solar batteries, we are in another battery swap business. MG started very recently, but we are doing this business from last 2 years, battery as a service. We are there to discuss. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Akhil Anil Kumar. I head Environmental, Social and Governance at IDFC First Bank. How I got into it is very simple. I don't think there is any business today which can do without sustainability. So, and by trading, I've done my MBA in rural management about 10, 15 years ago. And from there, I started the journey and got into consulting and now here. The best part about being in IDFC First Bank is that even my lanyard says ethical and social good. And right from the top, that tone is set. As an organization, we try to do what is right. And we are taking some steps and getting recognized for the same. And there's a lot more to do. That's what I look forward to. And Ashish ji, I think I somehow bring the median of the age a little down here, which is also a problem because all the climate change is going to hit me and people below me. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Rahul Dubey. I'm working as an investment director at IFU, which is investment fund for developing countries. It's a Denmark-based investment fund owned by the government of Denmark. I have been with IFU for a fairly long time, and our mandate is primarily to invest in businesses which are going to have a high development impact, either in terms of environment or social. And I believe that these sectors both touch environment as well as social aspects, and that makes it very interesting for us to look at these sectors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikunj Oli, and I work for the Asian Development Bank. The Asian Development Bank is a multilateral development finance institution that has a sovereign operations side that works largely with government and government bodies and a private sector side. So I'm representing the private sector. And within the private sector, I lead investments in financial institutions in South Asia. The Asian Development Bank has been quite vocal about its ambitions to become the climate bank for Asia. And so in all of our projects, there are two cross-cutting themes, which are gender and climate. So in almost all of our projects now, we have to look at it from a climate angle, think about how we can bring in adaptation, resilience, or mitigation measures into them. Prior to the Asian Development Bank, I was in impact investing in the US, and then I was based out of Cambodia for a long time, but working mostly on microfinance. And I think it was back in 2016-17 where we were financing solar-powered rickshaws. I think that was a little too ahead of time, and I think there were challenges back then, but India has come leaps and bounds since then. I'm excited to hear more during this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. So, Govind, you have told that you are the founder of the Tata Capital, a large NBFC, and then now you are the founder here also. So, you have founded another company which is a new startup and all. So, how is the journey in this lending market for the EV and solar rooftop from the credit performance point of view? Because we are working with the large banks in the country. When we are talking to them on the EV side, although Akhilji here, he will speak about that, but practically they are not very comfortable. So there are issues like battery, technology. These are the some areas which they have. Then the I think reselling of these vehicles and all. So from your point of view, because now this Eco-Fi has already completed almost 3 years. So what is the credit performance of this kind of portfolio from your point of view?
So, Ashish, whenever you have a asset class which has different characteristics, that is usually when you need a dedicated financier. Otherwise, the banks or somebody else could have anyway done this financing. These new characteristics are in 2 or 3 different types. So, if you're talking of electric vehicles, firstly, there are many new manufacturers. It's not limited only to TVS or Hero or Bajaj or somebody like that. There are new players like Ola, Ether, Bigos, Electrics, bunch of others. who are the, which are the assets which are worth financing, etc., is one of the big questions that we have sort of had to address. It is not just a question of whether the financier is, the manufacturer is capable. The manufacturer also needs to have experience in managing a dealership network and so on, which is also something which comes with many years of experience. So I think that's one, let's say, risk element to address. The second one, which is sort of commonly understood as a risk area, is the fact that there is dependency on the battery itself, and there is somewhat less of information about degradation that tends to take place, although there are still many people who are working on this. Now, what we have found from an advantageous, or what is an advantage fundamentally when you're talking of anything that is electric, is that you're also able to obtain data from the asset in question, usually using an IoT device and so on. So it is possible not only to know the location of the asset, but also the extent to which the asset battery health has been degraded, its charging cycles, similar to what you would see in a mobile phone battery and so on. So it's possible over a period of time, and that time has now passed. Now we are, let's say, 3 to 4 years into a certain critical mass of electric vehicles. So it's possible to start making judgments about the value curve for electric vehicles. I think the third part of, let's say, credit underwriting and risk is the process itself of repossessing and reselling these vehicles. So in the case of ICE vehicles whose batteries or whose engines are well understood, you don't have the concept of a discharged battery, for instance, where in the same way that you have over here. So very often you find totally discharged batteries. In the case of some vehicles, for instance, those batteries need to be recharged but can only be done with a password of some sort, because it's a piece of software. So there are nuances and technicalities that need to be understood. Now, having said all of this, the fact is most electric vehicles, whether it is 2 or 3-wheeler, and I won't get into the nuance between these, are slightly more expensive. There are slightly higher down payments that need to be made and so on. So people who are taking up these vehicles are usually those who are a little more evolved and a little financially stronger. So at least our experience has been that the vintage curves that we see at different points after 9 months, 12 months and so on, show that even though it is a new asset class, the performance is reasonably strong. So it's not, bad, or it's not deteriorated too much. The challenge, of course, is, as I mentioned earlier, in identifying or at least coming up with a very clear repossession and resale value. So I'll leave it there on, I won't speak about solar since I've spoken a bit about this, and leave it to somebody else to comment.
Great. So performance is reasonably good. So I think इसमें कहीं कुछ छुपा हुआ है basically, but we'll discuss. I think because you see, still the banks are not very comfortable to lend this sector, but IDFC will come and will discuss with you, sir, also. Dheeraj ji, so as we are discussing, the consumer is the king in any business actually. So affordability, because you see, job today, if anybody is going to buy any EV vehicle, banks are not very much keen to fund in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, or the I think I'll say that the customer which are not in the prime category. So NBFCs are doing a lot, and NBFC has taken the lead also. So the question is coming the cost actually. So what do you think that whatever the cost of this lending to the ultimate borrower, is this the right cost, or it will go down, it will go further? And what are the challenges for not going down that further this cost, lending cost to the ultimate borrower?
Okay. I think Govind sir has already suggested, because if you people know that by 2030 the target is for 30% vehicles should be electric, and they definitely needs finance, and to get these finance, we from Moving Greens, we are lended more than 94,000 vehicles, 3-wheelers basically, electric one. So some of the innovative things, and why we as an NBFCs are not able to sustain, is because of the product quality, which is not at par which what is required now coming of Honda and TVS. You can see how the market is changing for the two-wheeler business. Now all these bigger brands have taken it. That happened because of the quality of the business. And another part is if the point that why we are not able to fund them is cost. Our cost of fund is not our cost of fund is rather high, so that is the reason we have to charge more. But some of the innovative things we are talking, we are also funding batteries as well, so that will be initially in the two parts. One part is a vehicle, another part is a battery where he can pay us daily. So there we'll save some cost to it. That is what it is.
Thank you so much. So, Akhilji, as a private banker, and I think IDFC just well, NBFC also. So, yeah, so you are also practically having that DNA of NBFC. So, as a bank, what do you think that ESG lending or the sustainable financing is the right bet for the banks? And how this IDFC is doing this entire lending in this ecosystem? And how you are different from banks? Because now you from NBFC, because now you are bank. So the top NBFCs which are into the ecosystem of the EV, and you are a bank which is into lending to EV sector also and the solar sector also. How you think that you are different from them, and whether this is a sustainable model for the banks?
Thank you, Ashish. Very loaded question. I'll try to answer it with layers. Firstly, the way we look at sustainable financing, we need to understand currently our portfolio is about 80% retail banking. We started, I think the most important thing we want to establish one piece is we're the largest lenders to two-wheeler EVs in India. About 2.4 lakh EVs is there in my portfolio. And we also look at many other impactful sectors like solar, which we have just entered into. It's not without its challenges, but that is something that we want to do. The whole point is two things. I think one, at the top, if the board is convinced that it's something that is needed, and if my credit team is convinced that this will not be a very risky model, then it will happen. The EV thing is a very big example for us. In fact, even before Ather or Ola launched their two-wheelers, our vehicles team has been in touch with them, and hence the moment they started, we were able to finance. So I think intent plays a huge role. Secondly, we also lend to NBFCs. I believe Ecofi does have a line from us, and we of course learn a lot from them as well. Third point, we again from a retail standpoint, I'm speaking. There are much better, the much larger lending happening in the wholesale side. But on the retail side, we also look at consumer durables as a key product. Again, second largest lender in the country for that. So we look at energy efficiency as a key area, how we can lend to say 4 or 5-star rated ACs, run campaigns around it, give some cashbacks, all these things. So it's a huge, the moment it comes to retail, the biggest thing is it needs a consumer level awareness and consumer level change. Driving that is not very easy, but we try. And there's a lot of campaigns that we run. There's a lot of things that we do. We speak with a lot of people within the industry to understand how this is done. Especially, for example, sir, when we started entering solar, we did not know how exactly to crack this, because if you look at the loans coming on residential under PM Surya Ghar, 85% of the market on financing is led by PSBs, public sector banks. And when we speak to OEM, they say, they give it at 8%, which is something that I cannot do without, an asset underlying it or without somebody backing us. So these are some of the challenges, but wherever it's possible, wherever it meets the model, we definitely champion this and we learn from the industry. That's what I would say.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. You rightly told that you are lending to NBFCs also. So both are complementary in terms of banks and NBFC. So you are not directly lending to the borrowers, but you are lending to the NBFC.
No, we do both. We do both.
Can lend. So you have told that Ola and Ather, but you have not told Mayuri, Sarthi and all basically. So which are taken care by these people actually, and ultimately the objective is that the money should go to the right kind of the consumer.
We have also started lending to
three-wheeler bank or NBFC.
Right.
So message is I think clear that for every kind of product or every kind of borrower, the lenders are there in the country actually. It's not like that only the Ola and Ether will get funded.
Sir, I think in one line, if I say the pie is big enough for everyone to participate, let me put it that.
Thank you, sir, so much. Rahulji, as you were told that you are funding to the sector and developmental financial institutions, you are playing a big role also. So as DFI, because I think Dheeraj has told the costing is high actually, they are getting higher cost. So that's why the ultimate borrower is getting money at the higher cost actually. So at DFI, how do you assess, because you are refinancing to these institutions which are lending to the solar or solar rooftop or EV and entire ecosystem. So at DFI, how you assess these organizations and how they can get the funding for financing to the ultimate consumer at the lower cost actually. So you must have done some studies also which may help to understand us.
So as IFU, I think we've invested over last 5 years almost 1,000 crores in India in environmental associated businesses. That includes renewable energy also. That includes NBFCs also. That includes the entire compass, but focusing obviously on the environmental side a lot on the GHG emissions. What we try to see when we are looking at an investment, that the two challenges that we face mainly when looking at say Indian companies which are coming to raise funds with us are on the governance side and also on the ESG side, because being a development financial institution, it is very important for us to have a very good governance track record and also a very strong ESG practice. What we find many times in lenders, specifically when we are talking to retail lending, I think there is issues around say over indebtedness. So the same borrower is going to different NBFCs, they have loans from 2-3 NBFCs, and this it's a bit hard to control what are their practices around recovery of say late payments, how do they, so all those things become very important. And cost of funding wise, I can say that obviously as a development financial institution, we don't have access to I would say concessional capital. Concessional capital is different. We still have to work on commercial terms, so that's why even the India country risk as such plays an important role in the borrowing that we can offer when we are let's say providing our funding to these institutions. Where we can maybe do more than what you can get from say other commercial sources is in terms of risk assessment. So we can maybe take a bit more higher risk to enable the market to become attractive for commercial capital, because one of the roles that we have as a development financial institution is to enable market conditions to make it attractive for commercial capital. So we don't want to crowd out commercial capital. We want the commercial capital to come in, and for that to happen, we can take the initial risk, which is higher, which maybe the commercial capital cannot take at this point. So that is how I see our role. Our role will not be in terms of providing, say, concessional capital or lower cost capital.
Thank you so much. So ultimately, you want to say that you are providing capital, but concessional capital may not be possible. Okay. So we have ADB. I think ADB has a lot of instances where they are funded to many financial institutions in the country. And I was seeing one report also, there is some study on the demand side on the EV or solar rooftop, ADB. So Nikunj, we would like to understand from you what is ADB as a multilateral doing to support the adoption of EV and solar energy in India? That is one thing. And as an investor, what are your key challenges and how do you incentivize FIs to offer loan product? In the past, we have seen also you have given some concessional blended loans to the larger institutions. So is it possible for these NBFCs which are into EV system or EV or solar lending to the ultimate consumer, can they get this kind of funding so that the ultimate the discussion in this session is mainly on the affordable lending to the ultimate borrower actually, how it can be done with the support of ADB? Yeah, over to you.
Sure, thank you so much. And as I started, we talked about ADB as a multilateral institution that has a sovereign operations and a non-sovereign or private sector focus. On the sovereign side, in India, we've done a lot of work around energy, clean energy, right? On the solar rooftop front, just last year we approved or committed to a 240 million support to the government's Surya Ghar Yojana, and that will be through SBI and through NABARD that will be distributed, for retail solar panels for individual homes. So that's on the government side where the intervention is. Then on the EV side, there's also a lot of work that's happening there. But one of the reports that you just referred to is talking about the demand side constraints on financing EV. That was done in conjunction with NITI Aayog and CRISIL. So there was a technical assistance that ADB provided back in 2021. And the report was finalized sometime in 2022, early 2023, which talks about what can private sector players do, what can the government do to support the ecosystem. So ADB has a more holistic approach where we talk about individual players, we talk about ecosystem. Normally the parlance we use is downstream, midstream, and upstream. Upstream really being on the policy, regulatory front, what can be done. Midstream being private-public partnership, market development. Downstream being really financing individual private sector players. So on the government side, there's all of these engagements. On the private sector side, so we have a couple of teams that work on this, and one of them is ADB Ventures. And they provide venture capital, largely for entities that are focused on the nexus of climate and technology. In India, on the e-mobility front, they've done 3 investments. One is to an NBFC, actually 2 is to NBFC, and the other one is to an OEM. And there too, they're seeing the emergence of what they call work in progress, the new technologies, right? So they're really looking at components of EVs, how to finance those, and then really on the technical side, how is all of that done? Then we have other teams, such as my team, which is on the financial institution side, where we've provided financing largely to NBFCs to then on-lend for retail 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler vehicle purchase. We also have a corporate infra lending team that's worked largely with OEMs, and they've done debt, they've done equity, and a lot of the work on that side has been done with electric buses. So with GBM, we've done it in a couple of states, and more and more, they're looking at new technologies. What challenges do we face? Whenever we go pitch our ideas, I think normally we face resistance to say, what is the business case for this? And will you give us subsidized financing to do this? Because the perception, again, is that these products, be it solar panel, which you cannot just pick up and take away and resell, or EVs, are high risk, and hence there needs to be some sort of compensation, some sort of incentive built in for the FIs to do this. Now, as Rahul has already talked about, we don't really do, as a development finance institution, as a multilateral institution, the whole goal is to not crowd out private sources, commercial sources of financing. But at least the one thing that we can do is work around the ecosystem, provide technical assistance, figure out where there are market gaps, and try to address those through different teams in ADB. So one example I can give is, we've been doing a lot of work around greenhousing, and there too, rooftop solar does feature. But we did a large technical assistance where we brought different stakeholders over a course of 1.5 years to really talk about greenhousing and how do we promote greenhousing. And this included, government officials, state level officials, NBFCs, developers, so all contractors. And one of the products that came out of it was also DIY kits for self-construction. And what do you really look at when you look at greenhousing? Similarly, we've done a lot of work around setting, benchmarks, what's happening, what are the challenges, what are the policy recommendations that we can provide. And then on an individual basis, we've been providing technical assistance to players who may want to do something new. And alongside that, we do have access to some concessional financing. This is third-party financing, and we blend our commercial capital with the concessional financing. So that's the whole concept of blended finance. Through blended finance, we want to lower the cost for the end consumer. So there is a concept of concessionality and pass through to the end client. So it lowers the cost for the end client for purchasing, say, an EV, for getting their home green certified, for installation of rooftop solar. And to a very small degree, we cover the financial institutions' additional costs, whether it's an operating cost, whether it's the capital cost for doing such financing. So at least that's something that we have, that we can offer. And a recent example I can give you is we financed a used commercial vehicle finance company. We worked with them for 2 years to figure out how they can do EV financing. We tried to look at a portfolio guarantee approach, an insurance approach, but at the end settled for doing a results-based incentive. So for every X amount of money that they deploy for purchase of electric vehicles, we built in a small incentive that we would reduce their coupon. So some of these structures we can still work with while maintaining that, we will not be crowding out private sources of financing, but there is the need for incentive for FIs to really work on this.
Thank you so much. I think you have rightly told that there are certain incentives which you are giving so that the overall cost should be come down. So because of I think time scarcity, we have already ahead of time. Actually, since morning we got a little late in the other sessions. So I'll just have one last question, which is I think for all. So I think the major concern is coming. The cost is high. Maybe the underwriting challenges are there in the current ecosystem. So what do you expect from the government and RBI or the policymakers or regulator as a CEO of your organization so that this sector can get more and more funding at the reasonable cost to the ultimate borrower and through innovative financing? So Govindji, you can start.
So I think some is already been covered by Nikunj and others, Ashish. The first thing is, as Dheeraj was saying, each of these spaces is expected to grow. EV, at least two-wheeler, is expected to grow to 30% of the total and so on. Financing follows, the basic success of the OEM market itself. So any support that the government continues to give for these spaces for manufacturing in India, etc., is good. Their subsidies, both in FAME as well as in PM Surya Ghar Yojana, etc., has been very successful. One of them is being phased out slowly, one of them is being continued. I think it's important that some of these continue. To the extent that credit enhancements can be given in some form, I think there was a reference that Nikunj made to insurance and guarantee and so on, and a results-based approach. But the credit guarantee scheme given during the lockdown proved to be fairly successful. It always has a significant amplificatory impact. So you give $100 million of guarantee, you can probably unlock $1 billion of funding or something like that. This is something I think the Indian government and even other financiers, who have cheaper, I won't say concessional capital, ought to be able to do. I think thirdly, since in this space, as I was again mentioning, we have the ability to trace devices through IoT and so on, I would urge that the government amend laws so that privacy laws, for instance, are applied less strictly when a loan is is current for a period of time. Because nothing is gained by financial markets breaking down because of high levels of delinquencies. And you can see that in, whenever there's a new sort of asset class. So I think that's something that needs to be done. Finally, you do find occasionally both the regulator and the government tends to sort of react, let's say, when there are delinquencies in certain segments. It's important to distinguish between secured and unsecured, between more and less risky segments when some of these decisions are taken. one feels, for instance, that the that the somewhat tightening of the of funding, risk weights, etc., to NBFCs over the last 18 months, something which is slightly loosened in the recent past, was aimed to target one segment, but has generally had an adverse impact on a number of segments which really did not have too many challenges. So I think a slightly sort of more clear approach in some of these cases, some of these ways. Finally, of course, again, as I said, you have some places like, for instance, Karnataka has reacted to, let's say, MFI collections in a particular way. I would only leave a piece of advice which I mentioned earlier, which is nothing is gained by markets breaking down. So nothing is gained by making it very easy for people to borrow, nor by making it very difficult for people to collect.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dheeraj.
I think Govind has covered, but one thing which I am also is the priority sector lending. If that can be given to the NBFCs, yeah, it is given to manufacturers, but in an end of the day, manufacturers are making, we as a financiers are financing it, so that will help us in at least reducing the cost to the end users.
I think the PSL part is also applicable for us banks, because right now the 2.5% on renewable energy piece is voluntary, and if that comes into picture, at least on the greening side, it'll work. Second, I think there are so many schemes available from, let's say, like SIDBI and others, which are now working out. But few things like, say, the Gen Samarth portal, the integration into it, there is a bit of a non-clarity on how to approach this. So I think the efficiency of these mechanisms will mature. It has to mature. Green taxonomy has been long awaited, and we hope it comes soon. We really hope so, and it's been promised as well. And just one piece is, like, as a bank which have started green deposits, we are not allowed to give any kind of incentive to the customer in terms of BPS or any kind of incentive. So I mean, we as a bank plant a tree, but that's different. And if we can give some, maybe an SLR benefit on it, something that would be very useful, so that this is very dedicated financing which is going to solar and EVs and others, and some focus on retail products as well. Even when we look at the green deposit framework, one thing that we see continuously is that it's very large level lending that they talk about, but on the retail product side also we want to get it on done. And last, I believe there's always a question of how green is EV, because there is waste, the grid is not green. So when the grid gets greener, your EV usage gets greener. So I think that's very critical. Thank you.
So mostly points have been covered towards the lending side. Maybe I can take something which is on the equity side, because we are also providing a lot of equity to institutions which are in the EVs, which are in the solar space. So where I would say is that, I mean, as a DFI, we have to look at risk-adjusted returns. And many times the foreign exchange regulations don't allow us to structure investments which will provide for these risk-adjusted returns. One way to do this is to maybe get a foreign venture capital investor registration, which is FVCI registration. But then there are very limited sectors which are covered under FVCI. Maybe I'm not sure about this, but if EVs are not part of the FVCI allowed sectors, then it could be one of the way to incentivize foreign capital to come into the EV space by making it part of the FVCI allowed sectors.
Thank you.
I think I would just add a couple of points to what's already been covered. I think the government also has a role in the infrastructure, charging stations. How do we make that more accessible for EVs, right? That's one. The other one is really, we've had a lot of discussions, and even with NITI Aayog, around the secondary market, resale market for electric vehicles, disposal of electric vehicles, and maybe that's an area that can also be worked on, or more could be done on that front. And the third point, and this is something that we hear from a couple of our clients, is really on testing and certification of some of the new technologies, batteries, whatever it may be, maybe there should be some standards and some certification that should be done, so it makes you feel like you're financing a quality product and not just any new product in the market.
Thank you so much. I think very good suggestions. Thank you so much to the all panel speakers for giving the insights about the topic and speaking very openly about the challenges which are faced by your kind of industry and how this can be suggested or how this can help by way of government initiatives so that the ultimate borrower, ultimate consumer can get the advantage of it actually. So thank you once again to all of you for joining with us in this program. And I'll request to the audience if anybody want to ask any question, maybe one question we'll have. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Pankaj Sharma. I'm from Sudo team. We are into compliance automation. So one point I want to, an idea I want to share, as Mr. Dheeraj has rightly said, the challenge is not finance, challenge is quality. We have seen Mannapur doing finance, IDFC doing finance. Even Government of India wants, our Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari is saying कि आप एक मॉडल बनवा लो 3-wheeler का IIT से और उसी मॉडल पे सब मैन्युफैक्चर कर लो. बट प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि अगर आप देखेंगे 18 मंथ्स 24 मंथ्स पुराने व्हीकल ही नहीं आपको मिलेंगे. सो क्वालिटी जो है बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. सो अगर फाइनेंसर के साइड से भी इफ़ यू कैन स्टार्ट इन्फ्लुएंसिंग कि यू गो फॉर दैट स्टैंडर्ड और coming up with a minimum standard so that adoption is fast. People want to go. We have seen in rural areas also, 5 years ago they were ready to spend 90,000 rupees for a electric two-wheeler. Challenge is that how long it will stay. So can we get a recurring sale or a reference sale? So just one point I want to add. Thank you.
It's your suggestion. Okay, so well taken, I think. So Jyoti ji.
Nikunj or Rahul, since we had the company called Resurgent India Limited, where we advise lot of corporates in fundraising. But what we have seen that in case if the company which is a highly rated company vis-a-vis company which is into green and which is into any other sector, if you go to any investor and ask for funding, I don't think that the investor is giving me any sort of an interest discount or any sort of a discount in case if I'm into an EV. If it is a AAA rated bond or if it is a AA rated bond, so whether it is for a iron steel company or whether it is for an EV company. So what sort of only maybe because if it is an EV or if it is a green type of a company, the number of investors might be more or might be my transaction get closer into the number of days required for closure of the transaction might be little faster or might be number of investors or the inquiries that I will get. But in terms of cost of funding, there is no difference at all, whatever is there. So do you think that the DFIs like you, do you make a difference at all in case if the rating is same and in case if it is green, so whether if we approach you, then the ROI would be different?
So again, I think we talked about that we really don't come at below market rates, but having said that, there is the concept of blended finance and we also have seen the greenium effect, right? So if you are issuing a certified green bond in the market, at least in the international market, there is a price differentiation, which is not very significant though. And then sort of that's still the standard we're following based on what the international markets are. So it would be, 10, 20 bips of reduction in pricing if we can go that route, right?
I think there's one point which Nikunj had touched upon earlier, which is that we can have certain targets identified at the time of, say, our appraisal. And if those targets are met, then there could be a stepwise reduction in the cost of financing. And those targets could be related to how many EVs you finance, it could be related to how much loans have been dispersed. So it can be linked to, let's say, the number of EVs you're financing, or it could be linked to the GHG emissions. Although, again, some of these things may not exactly be measurable, and that's what also makes it a bit difficult. But we have also seen in in other geographies, I think we've done it in Africa, where there is a stepwise reduction in the cost of financing related to the green targets that are being met. So that there is some thought behind this. This is now going. how to bring down cost of capital if the company is able to demonstrate greening of their activities.
Thank you. So thank you so much. I think we'll wind up the session now, and thank you so much once again. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this panel discussion. Now, I would like to request Ashish sir to kindly felicitate our panel speakers. To begin with, Ms. Nikunj Oli, Unit Head, Asian Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please get the tempo and get the info. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for being a part of the summit. Now, Mr. Rahul Dubey, Investment Director, IFU. Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Akhil Anil Kumar, Head of ESG, IDFC Bank. Mr. Dheeraj Agrawal, CBO, Mufin Green Finance. And none other than Mr. Govind Shankar Narayan, co-founder and CEO, Ecofy. We request everyone to kindly come for a group photograph. For everyone in the hall, okay. So, as promised, for everyone, we have our token of memory with you. When you reach home, you can simply take a little pot and put these name tags into it, because this contains Tulsi seeds. And as a memory from AFAI, it's our initiative to give you a token that I suppose you didn't knew so far. Now, please bring a huge round of applause for our panelists. Now we are beginning with the Indian Climate Leader Awards 2025. I request everyone to kindly be seated, because the wait is over now. As we transition into the most awaited part of this summit, let us gear up for the Indian Climate Leader Awards. It's time to celebrate the exceptional innovators and change makers who have made significant strides in financial institutions, clean tech enterprises, and across the industry in driving transformative progress in green finance and sustainable solutions. But before we proceed towards the next segment of these awards, let's have a look at a video on the ICL Awards 2025. I would request everyone to kindly take your seats, please, in the hall. That was our ICLA Awards video. And now it's time to introduce our jury to everyone. I would request everyone to kindly take your seats, please. We are about to begin the prize distribution right after the jury's presentation. I would like to introduce you all to our jury panelists now. Our very first jury member is Mr. UP Singh, IAS retired, former Secretary, Ministry of Textiles and Jal Shakti, Government of India. Mr. Singh is a former Secretary of the Ministry of Textiles and the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, a 1985 IAS officer from the Odisha cadre. He has held significant roles across central and state governments, bringing a wealth of experience and expertise from his varied assignments. We welcome you, sir. Yes. Sir, please join us on the stage. Our next jury member is Mr. P.K. Sinha, ED, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Mr. Sinha is overseeing the Northern Region IPP and New Business Unit and Stress Asset Unit. An electrical engineer with an MBA in finance, he brings over 36 years of extensive experience in the power sector, ranging from planning and maintenance to financing projects across generation, transmission and distribution segments. Under his leadership, PFC has expanded into funding major infrastructure projects including airports, roads and ports, playing a crucial role in project appraisal and stressed asset resolution. I would like to invite him on the stage, please. Mr. P.K. Sinha. Okay. Our third jury member is Mr. Mrugang Pranjape, Independent Non-Executive Director, SBI Managing Partner at M-Cube and OFSS, Chairman, Seva International. Unfortunately, due to time constraint, he's not with us during the session, but he has been an important person in the jury evaluations. Our fourth judge is Mr. Gopal Murli Bhagat, Deputy Chief Executive, IBA. Now, it's about the evaluation process and how the nominations have taken up. How difficult was it for us to choose the best out of the best? I would like to call Mr. UP Singh sir, our very eminent jury member, to tell us more about the process. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please?
Very good evening to all of you. As I have already been introduced, my name is UP Singh and I am a former Secretary to Government of India. I am extremely happy to be here, though frankly speaking, even though I was chosen as a jury, I am not someone who has an expertise in this sector. Since this award is being, I think the summit is also being held for the first time. Am I right, Ashish? And these awards are being given for the first time. So when you do something for the first time, there are certain issues involved with that, which we faced. First of all, the problem is how do you decide categories? I always feel there should be many categories so that more people would be sitting here in the hall. Because so one question was how many categories you have. Then within each category, what kind of subcategories you have. Because suppose you have a EV category, it's very difficult to compare, let's say, a commercial vehicle with a passenger vehicle or something. Even within a particular category, there are large players, there are small players, there are mid-sized players. So how do you compare them? That also becomes a challenge. The next challenge after deciding about the category comes the evaluation matrix, in the sense that the questionnaire kind of, Now, in my life, I have learned one thing, that making a question is more difficult than answering them actually. So they did, to the best of the abilities, they did make questions for each categories. I am not very sure, because some of the awardees and most of the awardees I presume are here, and I am sure some of them must have had difficulty in answering those queries actually. Because there are some data, in some other awards I find that there are data which is available in public domain. Here it's very difficult to get the data from any published sources or something. That kind of data many times people do not maintain also. The next was, I remember I was also jury in there, Mr. Gadia happens to be a good friend, so he keeps me. So I was another, I think a few months back in Mumbai, I was also a part of the jury. There I found that every question has the same weightage. Every parameter has the same weightage. So this time I told them that no, some parameters may be more important in judging the awardee than other parameters. So try to keep different. But whether they kept different, but whether the kind of weightage which has been assigned was also a kind of an optimal or not, I can't tell you. It's very difficult to tell actually. The other is that for many of the parameters, there are no benchmarks available. Generally what happens, see, one way is that somebody who does the best, you give him full marks and then you extrapolate everyone else. But that's not a very fair way to award a mark or something. So generally if you have a benchmark, so maybe somebody who has done, maybe somebody, for example, let's say first division, I get a 60%, so somebody gets 70 or 75 may not be very material, if my, this thing is only a first division. So with all these constraints also, we went ahead with the evaluation, but before that, I think there is a small presentation. So, as you said, there are four broad categories as you see there. Financial institutions, clean tech categories, renewable energy categories and EV categories. There were four categories and within each of them, actually within financial institutions we had 5 categories initially. In one category, since we did not get any nomination, which was for the, I think the best DFI in sustainable finance. Sorry. We didn't get, so 4 categories are being shown here. Outstanding PSU bank in green finance, outstanding private bank in green finance, outstanding NBFC in green finance, and exceptional PEVC fund in environmental impact investments. So these 4 categories awards are being given, and DFI category we did not get a nomination. Clean tech categories had outstanding environmental impact and scalability in renewable solutions. The renewable energy categories has excellence in solar and wind energy, leadership in green hydrogen solutions and excellence in biofuel solutions. And then finally in EV categories we have 2 categories, leading EV company for commercial vehicle and leading EV company in passenger vehicles. Now what kind of institutions or organizations submitted nominations? The banks, the NBFCs, both base layer and what they call perhaps a middle layer or something, clean tech, startups, MSMEs, big corporations, of course middle layer NBFC is also there, and PEVC. These are the kind of companies who submitted nominations. Now jury meetings, we held 4 jury meetings, all the meetings were held online. First meeting was on 25th January when we deliberated upon the evaluation criteria, and the second meeting was on nominations update. Third and fourth meeting basically on 20th February and 1st March we held basically shortlisting or deciding the winners. So, and these are the four of us, one of us, only 2 of us are present here, and unfortunately one of the jury couldn't attend the meetings as well, but nevertheless they also serve a wait and watch. So thank you very much as far as the brief information about the awards are concerned. Thank you.
I would like to invite P.K. Sinha sir to kindly say a few words about his experience being a jury at our event.
Bring your hands together, everyone, for him. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers, AFI, to consider me as one of the jury member, and it was a challenging task for me as well. But fortunately, we had an experienced hand, Mr. UP Singh, with us, so he conducted the meeting well, and we could go through the evaluation process in a very, very professional manner. Whatever entries that had come, we evaluated them. We had a detailed discussion. Initially, we had prepared a detailed questionnaire what should be sent to the nominees for their nomination, and fortunately, we had sufficient nomination in each category. In our initial discussion, we were wondering whether we would be able to get good participation for the award function, but fortunately, we got sufficient nomination, and we were quite satisfied with the things happened. And it's so today is the D-Day, and let's look forward for the award function. On my behalf, I congratulate all of you, all the award winners, and those who have missed. It's not that they have missed, that they missed by a margin. It's not that. So they need to work, and I'm sure that next function when we would be having, they would certainly come up and get the awards. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, thank you so much, Speaker, sir. Now, it's the time for the award distribution ceremony. And for that, I guess we have one chair missing, so I would like Jyoti sir to kindly fill in the stage, please. Bring your hands together, everyone. We need to keep clapping now for the next coming 12 awards. As sir mentioned that we had 4 major categories of awards today at this summit. To begin with, our first major category is financial institutions, and the outstanding PSU bank in green finance goes to Indian Bank. A huge round of applause for the winners, everyone. Many congratulations to Indian Bank. A winning moment to remember. Now is the time for second award category in the financial institutions category, and the award for outstanding private bank in green finance goes to IDFC First. Our third category in the financial institutions major category is outstanding NBFC in green finance. And to our surprise, there are 2 NBFCs who are going to get the award. One in the middle layer, which is Azim Infrastructure Finance Limited. The second one in the outstanding NBFC in green finance, the base layer category, subcategory is UC Inclusive Credit Private Limited. Congratulations. And now it's time for the second major category, which is better, faster, and the future, EV categories. The first award in the EV category goes to the leading EV company in the commercial vehicles, goes to Ashok Leyland. Congratulations, sir. The second category in the EVs category is leading EV company passenger vehicle. And to our surprise, we have got a tie. The first company who has won the award is Ather Energy Limited. Congratulations. The second company with the tie is Priyam Industries Private Limited, and we don't have the reps. Okay. Now we'll move towards the clean tech categories. In the clean tech categories, outstanding environmental impact, the award for this category goes to Cautious Sustainable Solutions Private Limited. A huge round of applause for the winners, everyone. And they need a double applaud because they have won the award in the second category of the clean tech categories as well, which is scalability and renewable solutions. We would like to request all the winners to kindly stay in the hall so that we can have a group picture to remember. Our fourth major category is the renewable energy categories, and the first subcategory in this renewable energy categories is excellence in solar and wind energy, and the winner is Kasol Energy Private Limited. Congratulations, sir. Our second category in the renewable energy categories is leadership in green hydrogen solutions, and the award goes to N3E Technologies Private Limited. The third category in the renewable energy categories, excellence in biofuel solutions. The award goes to Srinivas Innovations Private Limited. Congratulations. Keep the energy, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, sir, last but not the least award, which we kept for the finale. In the financial institutions category, it's for exceptional PEVC fund in environmental impact investments. And the award goes to Green Eartha. Congratulations. To all the winners, we now request you to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph, please. Such a moment to capture with all the award winners of the Indian Climate Leader Awards 2025. And such smiling faces to capture. What a glow. A very heartfelt congratulations to all the winners from the team of the Association of Financial Advisors of India. And we request you to kindly follow us on our social media handles so that we'll keep on updating and uploading about the summit and the winners post and everything. Now I would like to request to Mr. Ashish Agrawal, our summit chairman and founder member, AFAI, to kindly come for his vote of thanks.
Yeah, good evening, friends. So now we are at the fag end of the program. With the conclusion of this AFAI National Summit and Indian Climate Leader Awards 2025, it's a first of its kind of summit by AFAI, and we would like to commit here that every year we will do such kind of award session and the full day program for the industry. So next we'll do in the month of next February, next 2026 February. We'll announce the date shortly. I want to express my appreciations to each of you. Today's convergence of bankers, NBFCs, PEBC funds, project developers, clean tech companies, manufacturing companies, and the EV leaders is crucial to bring in bridging perspectives and the aligning financial strategies with India's sustainability objectives. With the government's robust incentives and the sovereign green bonds policy initiatives and the regulatory refinements, the moment is ripe to accelerate investment flows. As we have discussed in the morning that there is a requirement of $10 trillion. With the discussions which we had today, it looks very easy that all the financials and the investors are geared up to fund these sectors actually. Be it FAI advocate for cohesive policies, innovative financing mechanisms, and the collaborative efforts that align with India's green transition goals. By fostering an ecosystem that supports green innovation, technological advancements, and capacity building, we can drive significant change. At first, let me start by expressing our sincere gratitude to the inaugural dignitaries, inaugural dignitaries, Mr. Devangan ji, who was the chief guest on the morning, and the other dignitaries who come from the banking system and other ecosystem. And this was a So the inaugural session was really a great session for all of us, and I would like to start by expressing our sincere gratitude to the jury. Sri UP Singh ji. UP Singh ji has done very hard work or very deep work on the evaluation, the setting up the entire award process. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time and helping or supporting this event and the award nominations and award selections also, and coming here also. And PK Sinha ji, sir, thank you so much for your support and guidance. Without your support, it would not be possible for us to do that. And two other jury members, somehow they could not join with us today. Mr. Paranjpe and Mr. Gopal Murli Bhagaji. And I would like to thank you to both of them for helping us or supporting us in this entire process or in the entire award selection in the AFAI Award Leadership Awards. I would like to thank you to our participants, all the audience and the distinguished delegates, media representatives, and the entire organizing team for their immense support in making the summit a resounding success. I would like to thank all the AFAI team members. If they can come here, I think that will be good. They have done very, very hard work, AFAI and the Research India team. They have made it successful by doing very hard effort. We are here because of them only. They are the hidden heroes. And your engagement has enriched and discussions and our collaborative commitment to India's green transition. I would like to special thanks to the sponsors and the partners for their support. And I would like to give the big congratulations to all the awardees who could get the awards today in this award function. We wish you, you are doing very, very well in the sector and your businesses, but we wish that you should have the great journey in the future. And those awardees, those could not get the award, I would like to give them the best wishes. And I hope that in the next year awards ceremony, they will be here as the award winner also. So, in the last, I would like to thank you to all of you for joining with us, and the FAI chairman, the president, Sri Jyoti Gadia ji. I think without his guidance and support, this could not be done. So, thank you, Jyoti ji, for supporting and guiding us also. Popli sir, I think really a great help from you. I think in a very short span of time, you did this moderation of the first session. It was really great. And thank you to Anupriya for doing this entire session since morning, and I think she had done very well. So I would like to thank you once again to all of you for joining with us and a part of this program. And I would like to invite all of you for high tea. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. And we would like to facilitate our jury members. So Susmita ji, please take over.
As a token of our love from our side, sir, I would like to request Ashish sir to kindly felicitate UP Singh sir. Please bring the mementos and bring your hands together, everyone. Let's get the energy high. And now I would like to request Jyoti sir to kindly felicitate PK Sinha sir. Let's keep the clappings going in the hall. Thank you everyone for being such a lovely audience whole day. A group picture with the juries to remember. And with this, we mark the success of the summit. Thank you so much, Ashish sir, for your vote of thanks. And now we extend our invitation for the high teas. And thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you so much. Now a team